page 254. When they separated, Kaylin put the last of her things in the pack and closed the flap. Richard pulled his cloak back out. She watched as he pushed his hand inside and rummaged around, an urgency to his search. He went to the doorway for light and looked inside as he moved items roughly about. The arm holding the pack lowered and his face came up to hers, alarm in his expression. "The nightstone is gone." The way he said it frightened her. "Maybe you left it out somewhere." "No. I never took it out of my pack. Never." Kaylin didn't understand why he seemed so panicked about it. "Richard, we don't need it now. We are through the pass. I'm sure Addie will forgive its loss. We have more important things to worry about." He took a step closer to her. "You don't understand. We have to find it." "Why?" she frowned. "Because I think that thing can wake the dead." Her mouth fell open. "Kaylin, I've been thinking about it. Do you remember how nervous Addie was when she gave it to me? How she kept looking around until it was put away? And when did the shadow things in the past start coming for us? After I took it out. Remember?" Her eyes were wide. "But even if someone else used it, she said it would only work for you." She was talking about it giving off light. She said nothing about waking the dead. I can't believe Addie wouldn't warn us. Kaylin looked away, thinking. Her eyes closed as a wave of realization swept over her. "Yes, she did, Richard. She warned you with the sorceress's riddle. I'm sorry I never gave it a thought. That is the way of a sorceress. She will not always come right out with what she knows with a warning. She will sometimes put it in the form of a riddle." Richard turned to the door, glaring out. "I can't believe it. The world is being sucked into oblivion, and that old woman gives us riddles." He pounded his fist against the doorframe. "She should have told us." "Richard, maybe she had a reason. Maybe it was the only way." He stared out the door, thinking. "If you have need enough." That's what she said. Like water. It is valuable only under the right conditions. That to a drowning man it is of little worth and great trouble. That was how she was trying to warn us. Great trouble. He turned back to the room, picking up the pack again, taking another look inside. "It was here last night. I saw it. What could have happened to it?" Together they looked up, their eyes meeting. "Sidon," they both said at once. Chapter 26. Dropping their packs, they both ran out of the door, heading for the open area where they had last seen Savidlin. Both screamed out Sidon's name. As they ran, splashing through the mud, people scattered out of the way. By the time they reached the open area, the crowd was in a panic, not knowing what was happening, and were sweeping back for the shelter of the buildings. The elders retreated on the platform. The birdman stretched up trying to see. The band of hunters behind him knocked arrows to their bowstrings. She saw Savidlin, frightened and confused that they were calling out his son's name. "Savidlin!" Kaylin screamed. "Find Sidon! Don't let him open the pouch he has!" Savidlin paled, whirled around, searching, then ran off in a half-crouch, looking for his son, his head darting among the running people. Kaylin didn't see Wesselon anywhere. Richard and Kaylin separated, widening their search. The area was turning to mass confusion. She had to push people out of her way. Kaylin's heart was in her throat. If Sidon opened the pouch... And then she saw him. As people cleared the center of the village, there he was, paying no attention to the panic all around him as he sat in the mud, shaking the leather pouch in his little fist, trying to get the stone out. "Sidon, no!" she yelled at him over and over, running toward him. He couldn't hear her screams. Maybe he wouldn't be able to get it out. He was just a defenseless little boy. "Please," she begged in her mind, "let the fates be kind to him." The stone dropped from the pouch and plopped into the mud. Sidon smiled and picked it up. Kaylin felt her skin go cold. Shadow things began to materialize all around. They turned like wisps of mist in the damp air as if looking about. Then they floated for Sidon. Richard ran for him, screaming over at her. "Get the stone! Put it back in the pouch!" His sword flashed through the air, cutting through the shadows as he ran in a straight line for Sidon. When the sword sliced through them, they howled in agony and spun apart. Upon hearing the terrifying wails, Sidon looked up and froze, wide-eyed. Kaylin yelled at him to put the stone back in the pouch, but he could not move. He was hearing other voices. She ran faster than she had ever run, weaving back and forth around the dense knots of shadows as they floated toward the boy. Something dark and small zipped past her, making her breath catch in her throat. Then another behind her. Arrows. The air suddenly became thick with arrows, the Birdman having ordered his hunters to bring down the shadows. Every one went true and found its mark, but they simply passed through the shadow things as if they were whizzing through smoke. Poison-tipped arrows were flying wildly everywhere. She knew that if one even nicked her or Richard, they were dead. Now she had to dodge the arrows as well as the shadows. She heard another whistle past her ear as she ducked at the last second. One skipped in the mud and flew past her leg. Richard had reached the boy but couldn't grab the stone. All he was able to do was frantically strike down the advancing shadows. He couldn't pause to try for the stone. Kalin was still a long way off, not able to run in as Richard had, cutting through them. She knew that if she inadvertently touched a shadow, she was dead. There were so many materializing around her, the very air was like a gray maze. Richard fought around the boy in a circle that got smaller all the time. He held the sword in both hands, swinging it wildly. He dared not slow for an instant, or they would close over him. There was no end to the shadow things. Kalin couldn't make any headway. The shadows, floating past her from all around, and the arrows streaking by, cut her off at every turn, the arrows forcing her to jump back just as she went for an opening. She knew Richard wouldn't be able to hold out much longer. Hard as he fought, he was falling back in a tighter and tighter circle, closer to the boy. She was their only chance, and she wasn't even close. Another arrow zipped past, the feather flicking her hair. "Stop the arrows!" she yelled angrily at the Birdman. "Stop shooting the arrows! You're going to kill us!" Frustrated, he recognized her plight and reluctantly called a halt to the archers. But then they all drew knives and quickly advanced on the shadows. They had no idea what they were up against. They would be killed to the last man. "No!" she screamed, shaking her fists. "If you touch them, you will die! Stay back!" The Birdman held his arm up, stopping his men. She knew how helpless he felt as he watched her dart back among the shadows, angling slowly closer to Richard and Sidden. She heard another voice. It was Toffelar, yelling. "Stop them! They are destroying our ancestors' spirits! Shoot them with your arrows! Shoot the outsiders!" Hesitantly, looking at one another, the archers knocked arrows to their bows once again. They could not disobey one of the elders. "Shoot them!" he yelled, red-faced, shaking his fist. "You heard me! Shoot them!" They brought up their bows. Kalin crouched, preparing to try to jump out of the way once the arrows were loosed. The Birdman stepped in front of his men, holding his arm out across them, countermanding the order. There were words she couldn't hear between him and Toffelar. She wasted no time and took the opportunity to work her way forward, ducking under the outstretched arms of the floating shadow things. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of Toffelar. He had a knife and was running toward her. She dismissed the danger. Sooner or later, he would run into a shadow and be killed. He stopped here and there to plead with the shadow things. She couldn't hear his words above the wails. The next time she looked, he had closed most of the distance. It was unbelievable that he hadn't run into one. Somehow the gaps just opened for him as he ran heedlessly, recklessly for her, his face contorted in rage. Still, she didn't worry that he could make it. Soon he had to touch one and would be dead. Kalin gained the rest of the open ground, but found the ring of shadows around Richard and Sidden an impenetrable gray wall. There was no opening. She dodged right, then left, trying to find a way in, but couldn't get through. She was so close, yet so far, and the trap was closing around her, too. Several times she barely escaped by stepping back before shadows converged. Richard snatched glimpses to see where she was. He tried to fight through to her a number of times, but was forced to turn to the other side to keep the shadows from Sidden. With a start, she saw the knife slashing through the air. Toffelar had reached her. Lost in hate, he screamed things she couldn't even understand. But she understood the knife, what he intended. He intended to kill her. She dodged his slash. It was her opening. And then she made a mistake. She started to reach to touch Toffelar, but caught sight of Richard looking toward her. She faltered at the thought of him seeing her use her power. She hesitated, and let Toffelar have the instant he needed. Richard screamed her name in warning, then turned to fight back the shadows from behind him. Toffelar's knife came up, hitting her right arm, deflecting off the bone. Shock and pain ignited her rage at her own stupidity. She did not miss the opening a second time. Her left hand came up and caught Toffelar by the throat. She felt her grip cut off his air for an instant. She needed only to touch him. Grabbing him by the throat was a reflex of her rage, not her power. Though there were terrified screams and shouts coming from people all around, and the horrifying wails from the shadows Richard was destroying wholesale, her mind went suddenly quiet, calm. There was no sound in her head, only silence. The silence of what she was going to do. In the calm spark of an instant that to her twisted for an eternity, she saw the look of fear in Toffelar's eyes, the realization of his fate. She saw in his eyes his railing against that end, felt his muscles beginning to tense, to fight her, his hands starting the ever so slow, hopeless journey to her grip at his throat. But he had no chance, not the slightest glimmer. She was in control now. Time was hers. He was hers. She felt no pity, no remorse, only deadly calm. As she had done countless times before, in her calm the mother confessor relaxed her restraint. Released at last, her power slammed into Toffelar's body. There was a hard impact to the air, thunder with no sound. Water in the puddles around her danced and flung muddy droplets into the air. Toffelar's eyes went wide, the muscles of his face went slack. His mouth fell open. "Mistress," he called out in a reverent whisper. The calm expression on her face contorted with anger. With all her strength, she shoved Toffelar backward at the ring of shadows around Richard and Siddon. Arms flung in the air, he fell into the shadows and screamed at the contact before falling to the mud. Somehow, the contact opened a brief, small gap in the ring of shadows. Without hesitation, she dove for it, flinging herself through an instant before it closed behind her. Kaylin threw herself over Siddon. "Hurry!" Richard yelled. Siddon didn't look at her. His face was fixed on the shadows, his mouth open, all his muscles locked. She tried to get the stone from his tight little fist, but his fingers were fastened around it with the strength of his fright. She snatched the pouch from his other hand. Gripping the pouch and his wrist with her left hand, she started prying his little fingers off the stone with the right, begging him the whole time to let go. He didn't hear her. Blood ran down her arm to her shaking hand, mixing with the rain, making her fingers slippery. A shadowy hand reached for her face. She flinched back. The sword hissed past her face, through the shadow. It added its wail to the others. Siddon's eyes were transfixed on the shadows, all his muscles rigid. Richard was right over her, swinging the sword in weaving patterns all around. There was no more ground to give. It was just the three of them now. Siddon's slippery fingers wouldn't open. Gritting her teeth with an effort that sent searing pain through the wound in her right arm, she finally raked the stone out of Siddon's hand. Because of the blood and mud, it shot from her fingers like a melon seed, plopping in the mud by her knee. Almost instantly, her hand was over it, snatching it back up in a scoopful of mud. She jammed it in the pouch and yanked the drawstring closed. Gasping, she looked up. The shadows stopped. She could hear Richard's heavy breathing as he continued slashing at them. Slowly at first, the shadows began moving back as if confused, lost, searching. Then they dissolved back into the air, retreating to the underworld whence they had come. In a moment, they were gone. Except for Toffelar's body, the three of them were in an empty expanse of mud. Kaylin, rain running off her face, took Siddon into her arms, hugging him tight against her as he began crying. In exhaustion, Richard closed his eyes and collapsed to his knees, sitting back on his heels. His head hung down as he panted. "Kaylin," Siddon whimpered. "They were calling my name." "I know," she whispered in his ear, kissing it. "It's all right now. You were very brave. Brave as any hunter." He hugged his arms around her neck as she comforted him. She felt weak, shaky. They had almost lost their lives to save a single one. Something she had told him the Seeker must not do, yet they had done it without a second thought. How could they not have tried? Having Siddon's arms around her made it all worth it. Richard was still holding the sword in both hands, its tip sunk in the mud. She reached over and put a hand on his shoulder. At the touch of her hand, his head instantly snapped up and the sword whipped around toward her, stopping in front of her face. Kaylin jumped with surprise. Fury lit Richard's wide eyes. "Richard," she said, startled, "it's just me. It's over.
I didn't mean to frighten you.
He let his muscles go limp, let himself fall over onto his side in the mud. "Sorry," he managed, still trying to catch his breath. "When your hand touched me, I guess I thought it was a shadow." Legs were suddenly all about them. She peered up. The Birdman was there, as were Savidlin and Wesselan. Wesselan was sobbing loudly. Kaelin stood and handed her her son. Wesselan passed the boy to her husband and threw her arms around Kaelin, kissing her face all over.
"Thank you, Mother Confessor. Thank you for saving my boy," she bawled. "Thank you, Kaelin. Thank you." I know, Kaelin hugged her back. "It's all right now."
Wesselan turned fearfully back to take Sidon in her arms. Kaelin saw Tofalar lying close by, dead. She flopped down in the mud, exhausted, and pulled her knees up with her arms around them. She put her face against her knees and, losing control, started crying. Not because she had killed Tofalar, but because she had hesitated. It had almost cost her life. Almost cost Richard and Sidon, everyone, their lives. She had almost given victory to Rahl because she hadn't wanted Richard to see what she was going to do, and had hesitated. It was the stupidest thing she had ever done, other than not telling Richard she was a confessor. Tears of frustration poured out as she cried in choking sobs. A hand reached under her good arm, pulling her up. It was the Birdman. She bit her quivering lip, forcing herself to stop crying. She could not let these people see her showing weakness. She was a confessor.
"Well done, Mother Confessor," he said, as he took a strip of cloth from one of his men and started wrapping it around her wounded arm. Kaelin held her head up.
"Thank you, honored elder."
"This will need to be stitched together. I will have the gentlest healer among us do the work."
She stood numbly as he tightened the bandage, sending flames of pain through the deep cut. He looked down at Richard, who seemed content to lie there on his back in the mud, as if it were the most comfortable bed in the world. The Birdman lifted an eyebrow to her and gave a nod indicating Richard.
"Your warning that I should not want to give the seeker cause to draw his sword in anger was as true as an arrow from my finest archer."
There was a twinkle in his sharp brown eyes. The corners of his mouth curled in a smile. He looked down at the seeker.
"You made a good showing of yourself, too, Richard, with the temper. Fortunately, the evil spirits still have not learned to carry swords."
"What did he say?" Richard asked. She told him, and he gave a grim smile at their private joke as he came to his feet and put away the sword. He reached out and took the pouch from her hand. She hadn't even realized it was still clutched there. Richard put it in his pocket. "May we never encounter spirits armed with swords." The Birdman nodded his agreement.
"And now we have business."
He reached down and grabbed a fistful of the coyote hide around Tofalar. The body rolled over in the mud as he tore it off. He turned to the hunters.
"Bury the body."
His eyes narrowed.
"All of it."
The men looked at each other, unsure.
"Elder, you mean all of it except the skull?" "I said what I meant. All of it. We only keep the skulls of honored elders to remind us of their wisdom. We do not keep the skulls of fools."
This sent a chill through the crowd. It was just about the worst thing you could do to an elder, a dishonor of the highest order. It meant his life had mattered for nothing. The men gave a nod. No one spoke up for the dead elder, including the 5 standing nearby.
"We are short an elder," the Birdman announced.
He turned, looking slowly to the eyes around him, then made his back straight and shoved the coyote hide against Savidlin's chest.
"I choose you."
Savidlin put his hands around the muddy hide with the reverence due a gold crown. He gave a small, proud smile and a nod to the Birdman.
"Do you have anything to say to our people as their newest elder?"
It was not a question. It was a command. Savidlin walked over and turned, standing between Kaelin and Richard. He put the hide around his shoulders, beaming with pride at Wesselan, and then addressed the gathered people. Kaelin looked out and realized that the whole village surrounded them.
"Most honored among us," he addressed the Birdman. "These 2 people have acted selflessly in the defense of our people. In my life, I have never witnessed anything to compare with it. They could have left us to fend for ourselves when we foolishly turned our backs on them. Instead, they have shown us what manner of people they be. They are as fine as the best of us.
Almost everyone in the crowd was nodding agreement.
I demand that you name them Mud People.
The Birdman smiled a small smile. The smile evaporated as he turned to the other 5 elders. Though he hit it well, Kalen could see the Birdman's eyes flash with the ghost of his anger.
Step forward.
They gave one another sidelong glances, then did as ordered.
The demand made by Savadlin is extraordinary. It must be unanimous. Do you make the same demand?
Savadlin strode to the archers and snatched a bow from the hands of one. He smoothly knocked an arrow while he kept his squinted eyes on the elders. He put tension to the string, locking the arrow in place with the bow hand, then stepped in front of the 5.
Make the demand, or we will have new elders who will.
They stood grimly, facing Savadlin. The Birdman made no movement to interfere. There was a long silence as the crowd waited, spellbound. At last, Caldus took a step forward. He put his hand on Savadlin's bow and gently lowered its point to the ground.
Please, Savadlin, allow us to speak from our hearts, not from the point of an arrow.
Speak then.
Caldus walked to Richard, stopping in front of him, looking him in the eye.
The hardest thing for a man to do, especially an old man, he said in a soft voice, waiting for Kalen to translate, is to admit he has acted foolishly and selfishly. You have acted neither foolishly nor selfishly. The 2 of you are better examples of Mud People for our children than I. I demand of the Birdman that you be named Mud People. Please, Richard with the temper, and Mother Confessor, our people need you.
He held his palms out in an open gesture.
If you deem me unworthy of making this demand upon your behalf, please strike me down that one better than I might make the demand.
Head bowed, he dropped to his knees in the mud in front of Richard and Kalen. She translated it all word for word, omitting only her title. The other 4 elders came and knelt beside him, adding their sincere request to that of Caldus. Kalen sighed in relief. At last, they had what they wanted, what they needed. Richard stood over the 5 men with his arms folded, looking down at the tops of their heads, saying nothing. She couldn't understand why he wasn't telling them it was all right and to get to their feet. No one moved. What was he doing? What was he waiting for? It was over. Why wasn't he acknowledging their contrition? Kalen could see the muscle in his jaw tighten and flex. She went cold. She recognized the look in his eyes, the anger. These men had crossed a line against him and against her. She remembered how he had slid the sword away when he had last stood with them this very day. It had been final, and Richard meant it. He was not just thinking, he was thinking of killing. Richard's arms unfolded. His hand went to the hilt. The sword slid out as slowly, smoothly, as it had slid away for them the last time. The high-pitched sound of steel announced the blade's arrival in the silent air, sending a painful shiver through her shoulders and up the back of her neck. She could see Richard's chest beginning to heave. Kalen stole a glance at the Birdman. He did not move, nor did he have any intention of moving. Richard did not know it, but under the law of the Mud People, these men were his to kill if he so wished. It was no false offer they had made. Savadlin had not been bluffing either. He would have killed them. In a blink. Strength to the Mud People meant the strength to kill your adversary. These men were already dead in the eyes of the village, and only Richard could give them back their lives. Even so, their law was irrelevant. The seeker was a law unto himself, answering ultimately to no one but himself. There was no one present who could stop this. Richard's knuckles were white as he held the sword of truth level in both hands over the heads of the 5 elders. Kalen could see the rage building in him, the hot need, the fury. The whole scene felt like a dream she could only watch helplessly, one she couldn't stop. Kalen thought of all those she knew who had already died, both the innocent and those who had given their lives trying to stop Dark and Rahl. Denis, all the other confessors, the wizards, Shar, the Night Wisp, perhaps Zed and Chase. She understood. Richard was not deciding if he should kill them, but if he dared let them live. Could he trust these men with his chance of stopping Rahl? Trust that they were sincere? Could Richard trust them with his life? Or should he have a new council of elders? ones who might be more intent on his success. If he couldn't trust these men to send him in the right direction against Rahl, he would have to kill them and have ones he thought would be on his side. Stopping Rahl was all that mattered. The lives of these men must be forfeited if there was a chance they would jeopardize success. Kayla knew that what Richard was doing was right. It was no less than she herself would do, no less than what the Seeker must do. She watched him as he stood over the elders. The rain had stopped. Sweat ran from his face. She remembered the pain he suffered when he had killed the last man of the quad. She watched the anger building, hoping it would be enough to protect him from what he was about to do. Kalen understood why a Seeker was so feared. This was no game. He meant this. He was lost within himself, within the magic. If anyone were to try to stop him right now, he would kill them too. If that was, they got past her. The blade of the sword came up in front of Richard's face. His head tilted back, his eyes closed. He shook with wrath. The five did not move as they knelt before the Seeker. Kalen remembered the man Richard had killed, remembered the way the sword had exploded through the man's head, the blood everywhere. Richard had killed him because of a direct threat. Kill or be killed, no matter that the threat was to her and not him. But this was an indirect threat, a different kind of killing, very different. This was an execution, and Richard was both judge and executioner. The sword lowered again. Richard glowered at the elders, then made a fist and pulled the blade in a slow sweep across the inside of his left forearm. He turned the blade, wiping both sides in the blood until it ran down, dripping off the tip. Kalen snatched a quick glance around. The mud people stood transfixed, gripped by the mortal drama played out before their eyes, not wanting to watch, yet unable to turn away. No one spoke. No one moved. No one even blinked. Every eye followed as Richard brought the sword up again, touching it to his forehead. "Blade, be true this day," he whispered. His left hand glistened with blood. She could see him shaking with need. The sword flashed in places between the red. He looked down at the men. "Look at me," he said to Caldus. The elder did not move. "Look at me while I do this," he yelled. "Look into my eyes." Still, Caldus did not move. "Richard," she said. His eyes came angrily to hers, eyes looking at her from a different world. The magic danced in them. She kept her voice even, showed no emotion. "He cannot understand you." "Then you tell him." "Caldus?" He looked to her blank face. "The Seeker wishes you to look into his eyes while he does this." He didn't answer, but simply looked at Richard, held by the Seeker's glare. Richard inhaled sharply as the sword rose swiftly into the air. She watched the tip as it paused for only an instant. Some people turned away, others shielded their children's eyes. Kalen held her breath and half turned to brace for an aftermath of fragments. The Seeker screamed as he brought down the sword of truth. Its tip whistled through the air. The crowd gasped. The sword stopped dead in the air, a scant inch from Caldus's face, just as it had stopped the first time Richard had used it, when Zed had him try to cut down the tree. For what seemed an eternity, Richard stood unmoving, the muscles in his arms hard as steel. Then at last they relaxed, and he withdrew the blade from over Caldus, withdrew his burning stare. His eyes unmoving, he asked Kalen, "How do you say, 'I return your lives and your honor to you' in their language?" She answered quietly. "Caldus, Surin, Arbrin, Bregandaren, Hagenlet," he announced loud enough for all to hear. "I return your lives and your honor to you." There was a brief moment of silence. Then the mud people erupted in a wild cheer. Richard slid the sword back into its scabbard and then helped the elders to their feet. Pale, they gave him smiles, pleased with his action, and in no small measure relieved. They turned to the Birdman. "We make a unanimous demand of you, most honored elder. What have you to say?" The Birdman stood with his arms folded. He looked from the elders to Richard and Kalen. His eyes showed the strain of the emotional ordeal he had just witnessed. Dropping his arms to his side, he approached Richard. The Seeker looked drained, exhausted. The Birdman put an arm around each of their shoulders as if to congratulate them on their courage, then put a hand on each of the elders' shoulders to let them know all was set straight. He turned and headed off, intending for them to follow. Kalin and Richard walked behind him. Savidlin and the other elders followed behind, a royal escort. "Richard," she asked in a low voice, "did you expect the sword to stop?" He looked ahead as he walked, letting out a deep breath. No. She had thought as much. She tried to imagine what this was doing to him. Even if he hadn't executed the elders, he had committed to it, expected it. Though he didn't have to live with the deed, he still had to live with the intent. She wondered if he had done the right thing, not killing them. She knew what she would have done in his place. She would not have allowed the option of clemency. Too much was at stake. But then she had seen more than he had. Maybe she had seen too much, was too ready to kill. You couldn't kill every time there was a risk. Risk was constant. It had to stop somewhere. "How's the arm?" he asked, bringing her out of her thoughts. "It throbs like mad," she admitted. "The Birdman says it must be stitched together." Richard looked deliberately ahead as he walked next to her. "I need my guide," he said quietly, without emotion. "You gave me a fright." It was as close as he would come to a reprimand. Her face burned, and she was glad he wasn't looking at her to see it. He didn't know what it was she could do, but he knew she had hesitated. She had almost made a fatal mistake, had put them all at risk because she hadn't wanted him to see. He hadn't pressed her when he had the chance, the right, just as now. He put her feelings first. Her heart felt as if it would break. The little group stepped onto the platform of the pole building. The elders stood in the back, the Birdman between the two of them as they faced the crowd. The Birdman regarded her with an intense expression. "Are you prepared to do this?" "What do you mean?" she asked, suspicious of his tone. "I mean that if the two of you want to become mud people, then you must do that which is required of mud people. Respect our laws, our ways." "I alone know what we are up against. I expect to die in the quest." She kept her tone deliberately hard. "I have already escaped death more times than anyone has a right to. What we want is to save your people. We are sworn on our lives to do so. What more could be asked of us than our lives?" The Birdman knew she was avoiding the question and didn't let her get away with it. "This is not something I do lightly. I do it because I know you are true in your struggle, that you mean to shield my people from the storm that comes. But I must have your help in this. You must agree to our ways, not to please me, but out of respect for my people. They expect it." Her mouth was so dry she could hardly swallow. "I do not eat meat," she lied. "You know that from when I have been here before." "Though you are a warrior, you are also a woman. Therefore it may be excused. That much is within my power. Being a confessor excludes you from the other." His eyes showed that this was as far as his compromise would go. "Not the seeker. He must do these things." "But you have said you will not choose him as your mate. If he will call a gathering, it must be as one of us." Kalin felt trapped. If she turned him down now, Richard would be furious for good reason. They would lose to Rahl. Being from Westland, Richard was not used to the ways of the different peoples of the Midlands. He might not willingly go along. She couldn't take the chance. Much was at stake. The Birdman's eyes waited. "We will do what your law requires," she said, trying not to show what she really thought. "Don't you wish to consult the seeker on his feelings about these things?" She looked away, over the heads of the waiting crowd. "No." He took her chin in his hand and turned her face back to his. "Then it will be your responsibility to see to it that he does as required. By your word." She could feel the heat of her anger rising. Richard leaned around the Birdman. "Kalin, what's going on? What's wrong?" Her eyes went from Richard back to the Birdman, and she gave him a nod. "Nothing. It's all right." The Birdman released her chin and turned to his people, blowing the silent whistle he carried around his neck. He began talking to them of their history, their ways, why they avoided the influence of outsiders, how they had the right to be a proud people. As he talked, doves began coming in, landing among the people. Kalin listened without hearing, standing still on the platform, feeling like a trapped animal. When she had thought they could win over the Mud People and have themselves named Mud People, she hadn't contemplated having to agree to these things. She had thought their initiation to be a mere formality, after which Richard could ask for a gathering. She hadn't given consideration to events going this way. Maybe she could simply not tell him some of it. He wouldn't even know. After all, he didn't understand their language. She would just keep quiet. It was for the best. But other things, she thought despondently, would be all too obvious. She could feel her ears turning red, could feel a knot in the pit of her stomach. Richard sensed that the words of the Birdman were not yet something he needed to understand and didn't ask for a translation. The Birdman finished his introductory remarks and arrived at the important part.
When these two came to us, they were outsiders. By their actions, they have proved their caring for our people, proved their worth. From this day forward, let all know that Richard with the Temper and Confessor Kalen are Mud People.
Kalen translated, dropping her title as the crowd cheered. Smiling, Richard held his hand up to the people, and they cheered all the more. Savidlin reached out and gave him a friendly slap on the back. The Birdman put a hand on each of their shoulders, giving hers a sympathetic squeeze, trying to relieve the sting of the agreement he had forced upon her. She took a deep breath, resigning herself to it. It would be over soon enough, and then they would be gone, on their way to stop Rahl. That was all that mattered. Besides, she of all people had no right to be upset about it.
There is one more thing, the Birdman went on. These two were not born Mud People. Kalen was born a confessor, a matter of blood, not choosing. Richard with the Temper was born in Westland, across the boundary, of ways that are a mystery to us. Both have agreed to be Mud People, to honor our laws and ways from this day on, but we must understand that our ways may be a mystery to them. We must have patience with them. Understand that they are trying for the first time to be Mud People. We have lived our lives as Mud People. This is their first day. They are as new children to us. Give them the understanding you would give our children, and they will do their best.
The crowd buzzed with talk, heads nodding, all agreeing the Birdman was wise. Kalen let out a sigh. The Birdman had given himself and the two of them a sliver of room if things went wrong. He was indeed wise. He gave her shoulder another squeeze, and she placed her hand over his, giving her own appreciative squeeze. Richard didn't waste a second. He turned to the elders. I am honored to be one of the Mud People. Wherever I may travel, I will uphold the honor of our people, to make you proud of me. Right now, there is danger to our people. I need help so I might protect them. I request a council of seers. I request a gathering. Kalen translated, and each elder in turn nodded his agreement.
Granted, the Birdman said. It will take 3 days to prepare for the gathering.
Honored elder, Richard said, restraining himself. The danger is great. I respect your ways, but is there any way it can be done faster? The lives of our people depend on this. The Birdman took a deep breath, his long silver hair reflecting the gloomy light.
In this special circumstance, we will do our best to help you. Tonight, we will hold the banquet. Tomorrow night, we will hold the gathering. This is as fast as it can be done. There are preparations that must be made for the elders to bridge the gap to the spirits.
Richard, too, took a deep breath. Tomorrow night, then. The Birdman blew the whistle again, and the doves took to the air. Kalen felt as if her hopes, impossible and foolish as they had been, took wing with them. Preparations were quickly set underway, and Savidlin took Richard to his home to care for his cuts and clean him up. The Birdman took Kalen to the healer to have her wound treated. Blood had completely soaked the bandage, and the cut hurt in earnest. He guided her through narrow passageways with his arm protectively around her shoulders. She was thankful he didn't speak of the banquet. He left her in the care of a stooped woman named Nissel, instructing her to care for Kalen as if she were his daughter. Nissel smiled little, mostly at the oddest times, and spoke little, other than instructions. Stand here, hold your arm up, put it down, breathe, don't breathe, drink this, lie here, recite the khandra. Kalin didn't know what the khandra was. Nissel shrugged and instead had her balance flat stones atop one another on her stomach while the wound was inspected. When it hurt and the stones started slipping, Nissel admonished her to try harder to keep the stones balanced. She was given bitter-tasting leaves to chew, while Nissel removed Kalin's clothes and bathed her. The bath did more for her than the leaves. She couldn't remember a bath feeling so good. She tried to let her depressing thoughts slough away with the mud. She tried very hard. While she was left to soak, Nissel washed her clothes and hung them by the fire, where a little pot of brown paste bubbled, smelling of pine pitch. Nissel dried her off, wrapped her in warm skins, and sat her on a bench built into the wall near the raised fire pit. The taste of the leaves seemed to get better the more she chewed them, but her head was beginning to spin. Nissel, what are the leaves for? Nissel turned from studying Kalin's shirt, which he thought very curious. It will make you relax, so you will not feel what I do. Keep chewing. Do not worry, child. You will be so relaxed you will not care when I stitch. Kalin immediately spit out the leaves. The old woman looked at them on the floor, lifting an eyebrow to Kalin. Nissel, I am a confessor. If I am relaxed in a manner like that, I might not be able to hold back the power. When you touch me, I could release it without wanting to. Nissel frowned with curiosity. But you sleep, child. You relax then. That is different. I have slept from birth before my power grew in me. If I were to be too relaxed or distracted in a way I do not know, as with your leaves, I could touch you without intending it. Nissel gave a crooked nod. Then her eyebrows came up. She leaned closer. Then how do you... Kalin gave a blank expression that said nothing and everything. A look of sudden understanding came over Nissel's face. The healer straightened up. Oh, I see now. She stroked Kalin's hair sympathetically, then went to the far corner and came shuffling back with a piece of leather. Put this between your teeth. She patted Kalin's good shoulder. If you are ever hurt again, be sure to have them bring you to Nissel. I will remember and know what not to do. Sometimes when you are a healer, it is more important to know what not to do. Maybe when you are a confessor, too? Kalin smiled and gave a nod. Now, child, make teeth marks in this leather for me. When she was finished, Nissel wiped the sweat from Kalin's face with a cold, wet cloth. Kalin was so dizzy and nauseated she couldn't even sit up. Nissel kept her lying down as she applied the brown paste and wrapped the arm with clean bandages. You should sleep for a while. I will wake you before the banquet. Kalin put her hand on the old woman's arm and made herself smile. Thank you, Nissel. She woke to the feel of her hair being brushed. It had dried while she slept. Nissel smiled at her. You will find it hard to brush your pretty hair until your arm is better. Not many have the honor to have hair such as yours. I thought you would like it brushed for the banquet. It starts soon. A handsome young man waits for you outside. Kalin sat up. How long has he been out there? Almost the whole time. I tried to chase him away with a broom. Nissel frowned. But he would not go. He is very stubborn. Yes? Yes. Kalin grinned. Nissel helped her put on her clean clothes. Her arm didn't hurt as much as before. Richard was leaning impatiently against the outside wall and stood up straight when she came out. He was washed and clean and fresh-looking, the mud all gone, and was dressed in simple buckskin pants and tunic, and, of course, his sword. Nissel was right. He did look handsome. How are you doing? How's the arm? Are you all right? I'm fine, she smiled. Nissel has made me well. Richard kissed the top of the old woman's head. Thank you, Nissel. I forgive you the broom. Nissel smiled at the translation, leaned forward, and gave him a deep look he found uncomfortable. Shall I give him a potion? Nissel asked, turning to her. To give him stamina? No, Kalin said, bristling. I am sure he will do just fine. Chapter 27. Laughter, and the sound of drums drifted from the center of the village as Richard and Kalin walked among the huddled dark buildings. Black skies held back their rain, and the damp, warm air brought in the smell of the wet grasses that surrounded the village. Torches lit the platforms of the pole buildings, and large fires set about the open area snapped and popped, throwing off fluttering shadows. Kalin knew it was a lot of work to haul in wood for cooking in kiln fires, and most were kept small. This was an extravagance the mud people rarely witnessed. Wonderful aromas from the cooking fires drifted to her through the night air, but failed to spark her appetite. Women, dressed in their brightest dresses, rushed around, with young girls at their sides tending to errands, seeing to it that all went well. The men wore their finest skins, ceremonial knives hung at their waists, and their hair was slicked down with sticky mud in traditional fashion. Cooking went on non-stop as people wandered by, sampling the fare, talking, sharing stories. Most people, it seemed, were either cooking or eating. There were children everywhere, playing and running and laughing, overflowing with excitement at the unexpected nighttime firelit gathering. Under grass roofs, musicians pounded drums and scraped paddles up and down ripples carved on boldas, long bell-shaped hollow tubes. The eerie strains, music meant to call ancestors' spirits to the banquet, carried far out into the grasslands. Other musicians sat on the opposite side of the open area, the sounds of the two groups sometimes joining, sometimes separating, calling to one another in haunting and occasionally frantic beats and knells. Men in costume, some dressed as animals, others painted as stylized hunters, jumped and danced, acting out stories of mud people legends. Gleeful children surrounded the dancers, imitating them and stamping their feet in time with the drumming. Young couples off in darker areas watched the activities as they nuzzled close together. Kalin had never felt so alone. Savidlin, his freshly cleaned coyote hide around his shoulders, found her and Richard and dragged them off, slapping Richard's back the whole way to sit with the elders under their shelter. The birdman was dressed in his usual plain buckskin pants and tunic. He was important enough not to have to wear anything more. Wesselon was there, as were the wives of the other elders, and she came to sit next to Kalin, taking her hand and asking with sincere concern how her arm was. Kalin wasn't used to having people care about her. It felt good to be one of the mud people, even if it was only pretense. Pretense because she was a confessor, and as much as she wished it otherwise right now, it was not, and no decree could make it so. She did as she had learned to do at a young age. She put her emotions away and thought about the job that lay ahead, about Dark and Rawl and how little time they had left. And she thought about Denis. Richard, resigned to the fact that they would have to wait another day for the gathering, tried to make the best of it, smiling and nodding at chattered advice he couldn't understand. People streamed past the elders' shelter in a steady procession to greet the newest mud people with gentle slaps. In all fairness, Kalin had to admit that they paid as much regard to her as to Richard. Woven trays and pottery bowls filled with various foods lay on the floor in front of where they sat cross-legged, greeting people, some of whom sat with them for a time. Richard sampled most of the food, remembering to use his right hand. Kalin nibbled on a piece of tava bread so as not to appear impolite. "This is good," Richard said, taking another rib. "I think it's pork." "It is wild boar," she said, watching the dancers. "And the venison, it's good, too. Here, have a piece." He tried to hand her a strip. "No, thank you." "You all right?" "Fine. I'm just not hungry." "You haven't eaten any meat since we've been with the mud people." "I'm just not hungry, that's all." He shrugged and ate the venison. After a time, the crowd of people greeting them thinned out, finally going off to other activities. From the corner of her eye, she saw the birdman raise his hand in a signal to someone in the distance. Kalin put a brake to her feelings and made her face betray nothing of the effort, as her mother had taught her. A confessor's face. 4 young women, all with shy smiles and short hair slicked down with mud, timidly approached. Richard greeted them with smiles and nods and gentle slaps as he had the other people. They stood, pushing against each other, giggling, whispering how fine he was to look upon. Kalin glanced back at the birdman. He gave her a single nod. "Why aren't they leaving?" Richard asked out of the side of his mouth. "What do they want?" They are for you, she said in an even voice. The flickering firelight lit his face as he looked blankly at the four women. For me? And what am I to do with them? Kaylin took a deep breath as she looked at the fires for a moment. I am only your guide, Richard. If you need instruction in this, you will have to seek it elsewhere. There was a moment of silence. All four for me? She turned back to him and saw a mischievous grin spreading on his face. She found his smile irritating. No, you are to pick one. Pick one? He repeated, the stupid grin still on his face. She consoled herself with the fact that at least he wasn't going to cause trouble over this part. He looked from one girl to another. Pick one. Now, that will be hard. How long do I have to decide? She looked off at the fire again and closed her eyes for a moment, then turned to the Birdman. The seeker wishes to know when he must decide which woman to pick. The Birdman looked a little surprised by the question. Before he goes to his bed, then he must pick one and give our people his child. In that way he will be joined to us by blood. She told him what the Birdman said. Richard considered carefully what he was told. Very wise. He looked back at the Birdman and smiled and nodded. The Birdman is very wise. The seeker says you are very wise, she said to him, trying to control her voice. The Birdman and the other elders seemed pleased. Events were going as they wished. Well, this will be a difficult decision. I'll have to think about it. It's not something I want to rush into. Kaylin pushed some of her hair back and turned to the girls. The seeker is having difficulty deciding. He gave the four a big grin and eagerly motioned them up on the platform. Two sat to the far side of him. The other two squeezed between Kaylin and Richard, forcing her to move over as they sat down. They leaned against him, putting their hands on his arms, and felt his muscles as they giggled. They commented to Kaylin about how big he was, like her, and how he would make big children. They wanted to know if he thought they were pretty. Kaylin said she didn't know. They begged her to ask him. She took another deep breath. They want to know if you think they are pretty. Of course, they're beautiful, all of them. That's why I can't decide. Don't you think they're beautiful? She didn't answer his question, instead assuring the four that the seeker found them appealing. They gave their typical shy laughs. The Birdman and the elders seemed pleased. They were still all smiles. They were in control of events. She stared numbly at the celebration, watching the dancers without seeing them. The four girls fed Richard with their fingers and giggled. He told Kaylin it was the best banquet he had ever been to and asked if she didn't think so, too. She swallowed the lump in her throat and agreed it was wonderful as she looked away blankly at the fiery sparks swirling up into the blackness. After what seemed like hours, an older woman with her head bowed approached carrying a large, round, woven tray in front of her. It was neatly arranged with dark strips of dried meat. Kaylin snapped out of her distant thoughts. With her head still bowed, the woman respectfully approached the elders, silently offering each the tray. The Birdman took some first, pulling off a piece with his teeth, as each of the other elders took a strip. A few of the wives took some as well. Wessalon, sitting beside her husband, declined. The woman held the tray in front of Kaylin. She politely declined. The woman held the tray out to Richard. He took a strip. The four young women shook their bowed heads, declining, then watched Richard. Kaylin waited until he took a bite, met the Birdman's eyes briefly, then turned once more to watch the fires. You know, I'm having a hard time deciding which one of these fine young women to pick, Richard said after he swallowed the first bite. Do you think you could help me, Kaylin? Which one should I choose? What do you think? Struggling to slow her breathing, she looked over at his grinning face. You are right. It is a difficult choice. I think I would rather leave it to you. He ate some more meat as she clenched her teeth and swallowed hard. This is kind of strange. I've never had anything like it before. He paused. His voice changed. What is it? The question had an edge to it that frightened her, almost made her jump. He had a threatening, hard look in his eyes. She hadn't intended to tell him, but the way he looked at her made her forget that pledge. She asked the Birdman, then turned back to him. He says it is a firefighter. A firefighter? Richard leaned forward. What kind of animal is a firefighter? Kalin looked into his piercing gray eyes. In a soft voice, she answered, one of Darken Rawl's men. I see. He leaned back. He knew. She realized he had known before he asked her the question. He wanted to see if she would lie to him. Who are these firefighters? She asked the elders how they had come to know about the firefighters. Savidlin was only too eager to tell the story. When he finished, she turned back to Richard. Firefighters are enforcers who travel the country to bring Rawl's decree that people are not allowed to use fire. They can be quite brutal in their task. Savidlin says 2 of them came here a few weeks back, told them that fire was outlawed, and then threatened them when the Mud people wouldn't agree to follow the new law. They feared the 2 would go back and bring more men, so they killed them. The Mud people believe they can gain their enemies' wisdom by eating them. To be a man among the Mud people, to be one of them, you must eat it also. So you will have the knowledge of their enemies. It is the main purpose of banquets. That, and to call the ancestors spirits. And have I eaten enough of it to satisfy the elders? The expression in his eyes cut through her. She wished she could run away. Yes. With deliberate care, Richard laid down the piece of flesh. The smile returned to his lips, and he looked to the 4 young women as he spoke to her, wrapping his arms around the 2 closest to him. Kalin, do me a favor. Go and get me an apple out of my pack. I feel like I need something familiar to clear this taste out of my mouth. Your legs work, she snapped. Yes, but I need to devote some time to deciding which one of these beautiful young women I will lie with. Rising to her feet, she shot the Birdman a furious glare and then stormed off toward Savidlin's house. She was glad to be away from Richard, to be away from watching those girls pawing him. Her fingernails dug into her palms, but she didn't notice as she marched past the happy people. The dancers danced, the drummers drummed, the children laughed. People she passed wished her well. She wanted one of them to say something mean so she would have an excuse to hit someone. When she reached Savidlin's house, she went inside and flopped down on the skin that covered the floor, trying unsuccessfully to keep from crying. Just a few minutes, she told herself. That was all she needed to bring herself back under control. Richard was doing what the Mud people demanded, what she herself had promised the Birdman he would do. She had no right to be angry, none at all. Richard was not hers. She cried with deep pain. She had no right to feel this way, no right to be angry with him. But she was. She was furious. She remembered what she had told the Birdman. Trouble of her own making, with consequences she must bear, and feared greatly. Richard was just doing what was necessary to get a gathering, what was necessary to find the box and stop Rawl. Kalin wiped the tears from her eyes. But he didn't have to be so delighted about it. He could do it without acting like... She snatched an apple from his pack. What did it matter? She couldn't change the way things were, but she didn't have to be happy about it. She bit her lip as she stomped out the door, trying to make her face once again show nothing. At least it was dark. When she had crossed the gauntlet of celebration, she found Richard with his shirt off. The girls were painting him with Mud people symbols of the hunter. Their fingers were applying the black and white mud in jagged lines across his chest, in rings around his upper arms. They stopped when she stood over them, glaring down. Here. She slapped the apple in his hand and sat down in a huff. I still haven't been able to decide, he said, polishing the apple on his pants leg, looking from one girl to another. Kalin, are you sure you don't have a preference? I could use your help. His voice lowered meaningfully, the hard edge returning. I'm surprised you didn't just pick one for me in the first place. Stunned, her eyes came up to his. He knew. He knew this, too, was a commitment she had made on his behalf. No. Whatever you decide will be fine, I'm sure. She looked away again. Kalin, he asked, waiting until she turned back to him. Are any of these girls related to the elders? She looked again at their faces. The one at your right arm. The Birdman is her uncle. Uncle? His smile widened as he continued to polish the apple on his leg. "Well, then, I guess I'll pick her. It will be a sign of respect for the elders that I picked the Birdman's niece." He took the girl's head in both of his hands, kissing her on the forehead. She beamed. The Birdman beamed. The elders beamed. The other girls left. Kaylin glanced back at the Birdman, and he gave her a look of sympathy, a look that said he was sorry. She turned, staring absently, painfully, out into the night. So now Richard had picked. So now, she thought bleakly, the elders would perform a ceremony and the happy couple would be going off somewhere to make a baby. She watched the other couples walking hand in hand, happy to be together. Kaylin swallowed back the lump, the tears. She heard the snap as Richard bit into his stupid apple. And then she heard a collective gasp from the elders and their wives, then shouts. The apple. In the Midlands, red fruit was poison. They didn't know what an apple was. They thought Richard was eating poison. She spun around. Richard was holding his arm back to the elders, commanding silence and for them to stay put. But he was looking right into her eyes. "Tell them to sit down," he said in a quiet voice. Wide-eyed, she looked back at the elders and told them what Richard had said. They lowered themselves uncertainly back in place. He leaned back, turning casually to them, an innocent expression on his face. "You know, back in Heartland, in Westland, where I am from, we eat these things all the time." He took a couple more bites. Their eyes were wide. "Have for as long as anyone knows. Men and women both eat them. We have healthy children." He snapped off another piece, turning and watching her as she translated. He chewed slowly, prolonging the tension. He looked over his shoulder at the Birdman. "Course, it could be that it makes a man's seed poison to any woman other than one of our own. Never been put to the test, far as I know." He let his gaze settle back on Kaylin as he took another bite, letting his words sink in after she translated. The girl next to him was getting nervous. The elders were getting nervous. The Birdman showed no emotion. Richard had his arms half folded, one elbow resting in his other hand, so he could hold the apple near his mouth where everyone could see it. He started to take a bite, then stopped, thinking to offer a bite to the Birdman's niece. She turned her head away. He looked back at the elders. "I find them quite good, really," he shrugged. "But then there is the thing about them maybe making my seed poison. But I don't want you to think I'm not willing to try. I just thought you should know, that's all. I wouldn't want it to be said I wasn't willing to go along with the duties that go with becoming a mud person. I am. More than willing." He ran the back of his finger down the girl's cheek. "I assure you it would be an honor. This fine young woman will make a splendid mother for my child, I am sure." Richard let out a sigh. "If she lives, of course." He took another bite. The elders looked apprehensively from one to another. None spoke. The mood on the platform had definitely changed. They were no longer in control. Richard was. It had happened in a blink. They were now afraid to move much more than their eyes. Without looking at them, Richard went on. "Course, it's up to you. I'm willing to give it a try, but I thought you should know of the ways of my homeland. I didn't think it would be fair not to tell you." Now Richard turned to them, his eyebrows set in a menacing frown, his voice carrying a thread of threat. "So, if the elders in their wisdom wish to ask me not to perform this duty, I will understand and with regret comply with their wishes." He held them in his hard gaze. Savidlin grinned. The other 5 were of no mind to challenge Richard and turned to the Birdman, beseeching direction. He sat still, a bead of sweat rolling down the leathery skin of his neck, silver hair limp on the buckskin shoulders of his tunic, holding Richard's eyes for a short time. His mouth turned up in a small smile that showed in his eyes, too, and he nodded slightly to himself. "Richard with the temper." His voice was even and strong, for not only the elders but also the crowd that had gathered around the platform were listening. "Since you are from a different land, and your seed could be poisonous to this young woman." He lifted one eyebrow, leaning the slightest bit forward. "My niece." He looked to her, then back to Richard. "We beg that you not hold us to this tradition, that you not take her as your wife.
I am sorry to have to ask this of you. I know you were looking forward to giving us your child.
Richard nodded seriously. Yes, I was. But I will just have to live with my failing and try to make the Mud people, my people, proud of me in other ways. He was closing the deal with a condition of his own. They were not going to be allowed to back out now. He was a Mud person, and this would not change it. There was a collective sigh of relief from the other elders. They all nodded, only too happy to have the matter settled to his liking. The young woman smiled with relief at her uncle and left. Richard turned to Kalin. His face showed no emotion. Are there any other conditions that I don't know about?
No.
Kalin felt confused. She didn't know if she felt happy because Richard had gotten out of taking a wife, or if she was heartbroken because he felt she had betrayed him. He turned to the elders. Is my presence required any longer tonight? The 5 were delighted to grant him his wish to leave. Savidlin seemed a little disappointed. The Birdman said that the Seeker had been a great savior of his people, had performed his duties with honor, and that if he was tired from the struggles of the day, he could be excused. Richard stood slowly, towering over her. His boots were right in front of her. Kalin knew he was looking down at her, but she fixed her eyes on the floor. Piece of advice, he said in a voice that surprised her with its gentleness. Since you have never had a friend before. Friends don't bargain away another friend's rights, or their hearts. She couldn't bring herself to look up at him. He dropped the apple core in her lap and walked off, disappearing in the crowd. Kalin sat on the elder's platform in a fog of loneliness, watching her fingers shake. The others watched the dancers. With supreme effort, she counted the drum beats and used the count to help her control her breathing and keep from crying. The Birdman came and sat next to her. She found herself cheered by the company. He raised an eyebrow to her, leaning closer. Someday, I would like to meet the wizard who named that one. I would like to know where he finds such seekers. Kalin was surprised she could still laugh. Someday, she said, smiling at him, if I live and we win, I promise I will bring him here to meet you. In many ways, he is as remarkable as Richard. He lifted an eyebrow. I shall hone my wits to defend myself in the encounter. She leaned her head against him and laughed until she started to cry. He put his arm protectively around her shoulders. I should have listened to you, she sobbed. I should have asked him his wishes. I had no right to do as I did. Your desire to stop Dark and Rahl made you do what you thought necessary. Sometimes making the wrong choice is better than making no choice. You have the courage to go forward. That is rare. A person who stands at the fork unable to pick will never get anywhere. But it hurts so much to have him angry at me, she cried. I will tell you a secret you might not otherwise learn until you are too old to benefit from the knowledge. Wet eyes looked up at a smile. It hurts him just as much to be angry at you as it hurts you when he is that angry. Really? He laughed silently and nodded. Take it on faith, child. I had no right. I should have seen that before. I am so sorry I did it. Don't tell me. Tell him. She pushed away, looking at his weathered face. I think I will. Thank you, honored elder. And while you are offering apologies, offer mine also. Kalin frowned. For what? He sighed. Being old, being an elder, does not exclude you from holding foolish ideas. Today, I, too, made a mistake. For Richard and for my niece. I, too, had no right. Thank him for me. For keeping me from imposing deeds I should have questioned, but did not. He took his whistle from around his neck. Give him this gift with my thanks for opening my eyes. May it serve him well. Tomorrow, I will show him how to use it. But you needed to call the birds, he smiled. I have others. Go now. Kalin took the whistle, clutching it tightly in her hand. She wiped the tears from her face. In my whole life, I've hardly ever cried. Since the boundary to Dahara came down, it seems as if that's all I do. We all do, child. Go. She kissed his cheek quickly and left. Searching the open area, she found no sign of Richard. People she asked hadn't seen him. She walked around in circles, looking. Where was he? Children tried to draw her into their dancing. People offered her food. Others wanted to talk to her. She politely turned them all down. At last, she went off to Savidlin's home, deciding that that was where he would be. But the house was empty. She sat down on the floor skin, thinking, would he leave without her? Her heart panicked. Her eyes searched around the floor. No. His pack was still there, where she had left it, when she had gotten him the apple. Besides, he wouldn't leave before the gathering. Then it came to her. She knew where he was. She smiled to herself, took an apple out of his pack, and headed through the dark walkways between the buildings of the Mud People's village, headed for the spirit house. Light flared suddenly in the darkness, lighting the walls around her. At first, she didn't realize what it was. Then, looking out between the buildings, she saw lightning. Lightning at the horizon in every direction, all around, lacing its angry fingers into the sky, into the dark clouds, lighting them from inside with boiling colors. There was no thunder. And then it was gone, leaving darkness once more. Was there no end to this weather, she wondered? Would she ever again see stars or the sun? Wizards and their clouds, she thought, shaking her head. She wondered if she would ever see Zed again. At least the clouds protected Richard from Dark and Rahl. The spirit house sat in the dark, away from the sound and activity of the banquet. Cautiously, Kaelin pulled back the door. Richard sat on the floor in front of the fire. His sword in its scabbard lay at his side. He didn't turn at the sound. "Your guide wishes to speak with you," she said meekly. The door squeaked closed behind her as she kneeled down, sitting back on her heels next to him, her heart pounding. "And what does my guide wish to tell me?" He smiled, she thought, in spite of himself. "That she made a mistake," she said softly, picking at a string on her pants. "And that she is sorry. Very, very sorry. Not just for what she did, but mostly for not trusting you." The insides of his elbows were hooked around his knees, one hand holding the other. He turned to face her, the warm red glow of firelight reflecting in his gentle eyes. "I had a whole speech rehearsed in my mind, but now I can't remember a word of it. You have that effect on me." He smiled again. "Apology accepted." Relief swept through her. She felt as if her heart were mending. From under her eyebrows, she looked up at him. Was it a good speech? His grin widened. "It seemed so at the time, but now I don't think so." "You are pretty good at speeches. You nearly scared the wits out of the elders, including the Birdman." Reaching out, she placed the whistle over his head, around his neck. Unclasping his hands, he touched it with his fingers. "What's this for?" "It is a gift from the Birdman, with his apology for what he tried to make you do. He said he, too, had no right and wishes to thank you with this gift for opening his heart's eyes. Tomorrow he will teach you to use it." Kaelin turned to sit with her back to the fire, facing him, close against him. It was a warm night, and with the heat of the fire, Richard glistened with sweat. The symbols painted across his chest and around his upper arms gave him a wild, savage appearance. "You have a way of opening people's eyes," she said in a coy voice. "I think you must have used magic." "Maybe I did. Zed says that sometimes a trick is the best magic." The sound of his voice resonated with something deep inside her, made her feel weak. "And Addie said you have the magic of the tongue," she whispered. The look in his gray eyes penetrated her, impaling her with its power, making her breathing quicken. Haunting sounds of the boldas carried in from the distance, mingling with the sound of the fire, of his breathing. She had never felt this safe, this relaxed, and this tense all at the same time. It was confusing. Her gaze wandered from his eyes, feasting on other places on his face. The shape of his nose, the angle of his cheeks, the line of his chin. Her eyes stopped on his lips. Suddenly, she was aware of how hot it was in the spirit house. She felt lightheaded. Probing his gaze again, she withdrew the apple from her pocket and took a slow, juicy bite, dragging her teeth across the meat. The iron look in his eyes never wavered. Fluidly, impulsively, She put the apple to his mouth and held it there as he took a big, wet bite. If only it were possible for him to put his lips on her like that, she thought. And why not? Was she to die in this quest without being allowed to be a woman? Must she be only a warrior, fight for everyone's happiness but her own? Seekers in the best of times died all too quickly, and these were not the best of times. These were the end of times. She ached at the thought of him dying. She pushed the apple harder against his teeth as she watched his eyes. Even if she took him, she reasoned, he could still fight on at her side, maybe with even more resolve than he had now. It would be for different reasons, but he would be just as deadly, maybe more so. He would be different, though, not the same person he was now. That person would be gone forever. But at least he would be hers. She wanted him so desperately, in a way she had never wanted anything before, a way that was painful. Were they both to die without being allowed to live? She felt a tingling weakness with the need of him. Teasingly, she took the apple from his mouth. Juice ran down his chin. Slowly, deliberately, she leaned over and licked the sweet juice from his chin. He didn't move. Their faces were inches apart. She shared his breath, quick and warm. So close was she that her eyes could scarcely focus on his. She had to swallow the wetness in her mouth. Reason was rapidly evaporating from her mind, being replaced with feelings that tantalized her with promise, gripped her with hot need. She released the apple, brought her wet fingers to his lips, and watched, her own tongue on her upper lip, as he let each finger slide into his mouth, slowly sucking the juice from them one at a time as she offered them. The feeling of the inside of his mouth, wet and warm, sent shivers through her. A small sound escaped her lips. Her heart pounded in her ears. Her chest heaved. She ran her wet fingers down his chin, his neck, to his chest, lightly gliding them over the symbols painted on him, tracing them with her fingers, feeling the hills and valleys of him. Coming to her knees above him, she circled a fingertip around the hardness of one of his nipples, firmly caressed his chest as she let her eyes slide closed for a moment while gritting her teeth. Gently but forcefully, she pushed him down on his back. He went easily, without protest. She leaned over him with her hand still on his chest for support. The feeling of him surprised her, the rigid hardness of his muscles, sheathed with yielding, velvety soft skin, the wetness of his sweat, the coarseness of his hairs, the heat. His chest rose and fell with his heavy breathing, with the life in him. Leaving one knee next to his hip, she put the other between his legs as she looked down into his eyes, her thick hair cascading down around his face, as she continued to support herself with the hand on his chest, not wanting to move it, to lose the connection with his moist flesh, a connection that was igniting her with its heat. Between her knees, the muscles of his thigh flexed, sending her pulse racing even faster. She had to open her mouth to get her breath. She lost herself in his eyes, eyes that felt as if they were probing her soul, stripping it bare. They sent fire raging through her. With her other hand, she smoothly unbuttoned her shirt and pulled out the tails. She put her hand behind his strong neck, still holding herself up, away from him, with the other on his chest. Her fingers slid into his damp hair, tightened into a fist, held his head to the ground. A big, powerful hand slipped under her shirt to the small of her back, stroking in little circles, then slowly slid up the line of her spine, sending shivers through her, before coming to a stop between her shoulder blades. Her eyes half closed as she flexed her back against his hand, wanting him to draw her against him. Her breathing was so fast she was almost panting. She drew her knee up his leg until it wouldn't go any farther. Little sounds escaped with some of her breaths. His chest heaved against her hand. As he lay under her, she thought he had never seemed so big to her before. "I want you," she panted in a breathless whisper. Her head lowered. Her lips brushed against his. A look of pain seemed to cross his eyes. "Only if you first tell me what you are." The words cut through her, bringing her eyes open wide. Her head moved back a little, but she was touching him. He could not stop her, she thought. She didn't want him to stop her. She barely had a grasp on the power as it was, and it was slipping from her hold. She could feel it. She brought her lips back to his, another small sound escaping with her breath. The hand on her back moved up under her shirt, took a fistful of her hair, gently pulling her head away. "Kaylin, I mean it. Only if you tell me first. Reason flooded back into her mind, washing coldly through her, drowning her passion. She had never cared for anyone like this. How could she touch him with her power? How could she do this to him? She pushed back. What was she doing? What was she thinking? She sat back on her heels, taking her hand from his chest, putting it over her mouth. The world crashed in around her. How could she tell him? He would hate her. She would lose him. Her head spun sickeningly. Richard sat up, put his hand gently on her shoulder. "Kaylin," he said softly, drawing her panicked eyes to his, "you don't have to tell me if you don't want to. Only if you want to do this." Her eyebrows wrinkled together as she tried to keep from crying. "Please," she could hardly get the words out. "Just hold me." He drew her tenderly to him, held her head to his shoulder. Pain of who she was, reached its icy fingers back into her. His other arm wrapped protectively around her, holding her tight against him as he rocked her. "That's what friends are for," he whispered in her ear. She was too drained even to cry. "I promise, Richard, I will tell you, but not tonight. Tonight, just hold me, please." He slowly lay back down, embracing her tightly against him with his strong arms, as she bit one of her knuckles and clutched him with her other hand. "When you want to, not before," he promised. The horror of what she was wrapped her in its cold embrace, too. She shook with the chill of it. Her eyes refused to close for a long time, until at last she went to sleep, her last thoughts of him. Chapter 28.
"Try once more," the birdman said, "and stop thinking of the bird you want."
He tapped Richard's head with his knuckles.
"From here."
He jabbed a finger in Richard's abdomen.
"Think of it here."
Richard nodded at Kaylin's translation and put the whistle to his lips. His cheeks puffed out as he blew. As usual, there was no sound. The birdman, Richard, and Kaylin looked around the flat country. The hunters who had escorted them out onto the plain, their heads swiveling nervously, leaned against spears, planted point up in the grassy ground. Seemingly from nowhere, starlings, sparrows, and small field birds, thousands of them, descended, diving and swooping on the small company. The hunters ducked, laughing as they had all day. The air was filled with small birds flying wildly about in a frenzy. The sky was black with them. The hunters fell to the ground, covering their heads, laughing hysterically. Richard rolled his eyes. Kaylin turned her face from him as she laughed. The birdman frantically put his own whistle to his lips and blew over and over again, his silver hair flying, trying desperately to send the birds back. At last they heeded his calls and vanished once more. Quiet returned to the grassland, except, of course, for the hunters, who still rolled on the ground in laughter. The birdman took a deep breath and put his hands on his hips.
"I give up. We have been trying all day, and it is the same now as when we started. Richard with the temper," he announced, "you are the worst bird caller I have ever seen. A child could learn it in 3 tries, but there is not enough breath in you for the rest of your life to learn. It is hopeless. The only thing your whistle says is, 'Come, there is food here.'"
Page 281. "But I was thinking hawk. I really was. Every kind of bird you named, I thought it hard as I could, honest." When Kaylin translated, the hunters laughed all the more. Richard scowled over at them, but they kept laughing. The birdman folded his arms with a sigh.
"It is no use. The day ends. The gathering will be soon."
He put his arm around the shoulders of a frustrated seeker.
"Keep the gift of the whistle anyway. Though it will never aid you, let it serve as a reminder that while you may be better at some things than most people, in this, even a child is better than you."
The hunters roared. Richard sighed and gave the birdman a nod. Everyone collected their things and headed back to the village. Richard leaned toward her. "I was trying my best, really." "I don't understand it." She grinned, taking his hand in hers. "I am sure you were." Though the light was fading, the cloudy day had been the brightest in longer than she could remember, and it had helped to lift her spirits. Mostly, though, what helped her was the way Richard had treated her. He had let her have time to recover from last night without asking her anything. He had just held her, let her be. Even though nothing more had happened, she felt closer to him than she ever had, but at the same time, she knew that was not a good thing. It only deepened her dilemma. She had almost made a very big mistake last night, the biggest mistake of her life. She was relieved that he had pulled her back from the brink. At the same time, part of her wished he hadn't. When she woke this morning, she didn't know how he would feel about her, if he would be hurt, angry, or hate her. Even though she lay bare-chested against him all night, she turned her back to him in embarrassment while she buttoned her shirt. As her fingers slipped the buttons back in place, she told him that no one had ever had a friend as patient as the one she had. She said she only hoped that someday she could prove to be as good a friend as he was. "You already have. You have placed your trust, your life, in my hands. You have pledged your life in defense of me. What more proof could I have?" She turned, and resisting mightily the urge to kiss him, thanked him for putting up with her. "I will have to admit, though," he said, smiling, "that I will never look at an apple in quite the same way." That made her laugh, partly in embarrassment, and they both laughed together a long time. Somehow it made her feel better, and took away what could have been a thorn. Suddenly, Richard stopped in his tracks. She stopped, too, as the others walked on. "Richard, what is it?" "The sun." He looked pale. For a moment, a shaft of sunlight was on my face. She turned to the west. "All I see are clouds." "It was there, a small opening. But I don't see it either now." "Do you think it means something?" He shook his head. "I don't know. But it's the first time I've seen even the slightest break in the clouds since Zed put them up there. Maybe it's nothing." They started walking again, the eerie sounds of the boldas carrying to them across the wind-swept, flat grasslands. By the time they reached the village, it was dark. The banquet was still going on, as it had all last night, as it would tonight, until the gathering was over. Everyone was still going strong, except the children, many of whom walked around in a sleepy stupor, or slept contentedly in corners here and there. The 6 elders were on their platform, their wives gone. They were eating a meal being served by special women, cooks who were the only ones allowed to prepare the gathering feast. Kaylin watched them pour a drink for each of the elders. It was red, different from any other drink at the banquet. The eyes of the 6 were glazed, far off, as if they were seeing things others didn't. Kaylin felt a chill. Their ancestors' spirits were with them. The Birdman spoke to them. When he seemed satisfied by whatever it was they told him, he nodded and the 6 rose, walking in a line toward the spirit house. The sound of the drums and the boldas changed in a way that ran bumps up her arms. The Birdman strode back to them, his eyes as sharp and intense as ever. "It is time," he told her. "Richard and I must go now." "What do you mean, Richard and I? I'm going too." "You cannot." "Why?" "Because a gathering is only men." "I am the Seeker's guide. I must be there to translate." The Birdman's eyes shifted about in an uncomfortable manner. "But a gathering is only men," he repeated, seemingly unable to come up with a better reason. She folded her arms. "Well, this one will have a woman." Richard looked from her face to the Birdman's and back again, knowing by the tone of her voice that something was going on, but deciding not to interfere. The Birdman leaned a little closer to her, lowered his voice. "When we meet the spirits, it must be as they are." Her eyes narrowed. "Are you trying to tell me that you can't wear clothes?" He took a deep breath and nodded. "And you must be painted with mud." "Fine," she said, holding her head up. "I have no objections." He leaned back a little. "Well, what about the Seeker? Maybe you would like to ask him what he feels about you doing this." She held his eyes for a long time, then turned to Richard. "I need to explain something to you. When a person calls a gathering, they are sometimes asked questions by the spirits, through the elders, to be sure they are acting of noble intent. If you answer a question in a way that a spirit ancestor finds dishonorable or untruthful, they may kill you. Not the elders, the spirits." "I have the sword," he reminded her. "No, you won't. If you want a gathering, you must do as the elders do, face the spirits with nothing but yourself. You can wear no sword, no clothes, and you must have mud painted on you." She took a breath, pushed some hair back over her shoulder. "If I am not there to translate, you may get killed simply because you cannot answer a question you don't understand. Then Rahl wins. I must be there to interpret. But if I'm there, I, too, can wear no clothes. The Birdman is in a fret and wishes to know what you think of this. He is hoping you will forbid me from doing this." Richard folded his arms, looking her in the eye. "I think you are bound and determined, one way or another, to have your clothes off in the spirit house." The corners of his mouth turned up, and his eyes sparkled. Kaelin had to bite her lower lip to keep from laughing. The Birdman looked from one to the other, confused. "Richard?" She spoke his name in a rising tone of caution. "This is serious. And don't get your hopes up. It will be dark." Still, she could hardly keep from laughing. Richard's face regained its seriousness as he turned to the Birdman. "I called the gathering. I need Kaelin there." She could almost see him flinch at the translation. "You two have been stretching my limits from the moment you arrived." He gave a loud sigh. "Why should it change now? Let's go." Kaelin and Richard walked side by side, following the Birdman's silhouette as he led them off through the dark passageways of the village, turning to the right several times, then the other way. Richard's hand found hers. Kaelin was a lot more nervous about this than she let on, about sitting naked with 8 naked men. But she was not about to let Richard go into the gathering without her. This was no time to let it all slip away from them. They had worked too hard. Time was too short. She put on her confessor's face. Before they reached the spirit house, the Birdman took them through a narrow doorway into a small room in a building nearby. The other elders were there, sitting cross-legged on the floor, staring blankly ahead. She smiled at Savidlin, but he didn't respond. The Birdman picked up a small bench and 2 clay pots. "When I call your name, come out. Wait until then." As the Birdman took his bench and pots with him, squeezing sideways out the door, Kaelin told Richard what he had said. In a while, he called Caldus's name, and after a time, each of the other elders in turn. Savidlin last. Savidlin did not speak to them or even acknowledge that he knew they were there. The spirits were in his eyes. Kaelin and Richard sat in silence in the empty, dark room, waiting. She picked at the heel of her boot, trying not to think what it was she had committed herself to, yet unable to think of anything else. Richard would be unarmed, without his sword, his protection. But she would not be without her power. She would be his protection. Though she had not spoken it, that was the other reason she had to be in there. If anything went wrong, it was going to be she who died, not him. That much she knew. She would see to it. She steeled herself, went into herself. She heard the Birdman call out Richard's name. He rose to his feet. "Let's hope this works. If it doesn't, we're in a lot of trouble. I'm glad I'll have you there." It was a warning to stay alert. She nodded. "Just remember, Richard, these are our people now. We belong. They want to help us. They will be doing their best." Kaelin sat hugging her knees, waiting until her name was called, then went out into the cool, dark night. The Birdman sat against the wall of the spirit house on the little bench. She could see in the dark that he was naked, symbols painted in jagged lines, stripes, and whorls all over his body, his silver hair down around his bare shoulders. Chickens roosted on a short wall nearby, watching. A hunter stood near the Birdman. Coyote hides, clothes, and Richard's sword lay at his feet. "Remove your clothes," the Birdman said. "What is this?" she asked, pointing at the hunter. "He is here to take the clothes. They are taken to the elder's platform for the people to see that we are in a gathering. Before dawn, he will return them to let the people know that the gathering is at an end." "Well, tell him to turn around." The Birdman gave the order. The hunter turned around. She gripped the tongue of her belt, yanked it free from the catch. She paused, looking down at the Birdman. "Child," he said softly, "tonight you are neither man nor woman. You are a mud person. Tonight, I am neither man nor woman. I am a spirit guide." She nodded, removed her clothes, and stood before him, the cold night air on her naked flesh. He scooped a handful of white mud from one of the pots. His hand paused before her. She waited. He was clearly skittish about doing this, despite what he said. Seeing was one thing, touching quite another. Kaylin reached out, took his hand, and pulled it firmly against her belly, feeling the cold mud squish against her. "Do it," she ordered. When finished, they pulled the door open and went inside. He sitting among the circle of painted elders, she opposite him next to Richard. Black and white lines swept diagonally across Richard's face in dramatic tangles, a mask they all wore for the spirits. The skulls that had sat on the shelf were arranged in the center of the circle. A small fire burned slowly in the fireplace behind her, giving off an odd, acrid smell. The elders stared fixedly ahead as they rhythmically chanted words she couldn't understand. The birdman's far-off eyes came up. The door closed of its own accord. "From now until we are finished, near dawn, no one may go out. No one may come in. The door is barred by the spirits." Kaylin's eyes swept the room but saw nothing. A shiver ran up her spine. The birdman took a woven basket sitting near him and reached inside. He pulled out a small frog, then passed the basket to the next elder. Each took a frog and began rubbing its back against the skin of his chest. When the basket reached her, she held it between her hands and looked up at the birdman. "Why do we do this?" "These are red spirit frogs, very hard to find. They have a substance on their backs that makes us forget this world and allows us to see the spirits." "Honored elder, I may be one of the mud people, but I am also a confessor. I must always hold back my power. If I forget this world, I may not be able to do that." "It is too late to back out now. The spirits are with us. They have seen you, seen the symbols on you that open their eyes. You may not leave. If one is here who is blind to them, they will kill that person and steal their spirit. I understand your problem, but I cannot help you. You will just have to do your best to hold back your power. If you cannot do so, then one of us will be lost. It is a price we will have to pay. If you want to die, then leave your frog in the basket. If you want to stop Dark and Rahl, take it out." She stared wide-eyed into his hard face, then reached into the basket. The frog wriggled and kicked in her hand as she passed the basket to Richard, telling him what to do. Swallowing hard, she pushed the cold, slimy back of the frog against her chest, between her breasts, to the one place on her where there were no symbols painted, pushed it around in circles as the others had done. Where the slime touched her skin, it felt tingly, tight. The feeling spread through her. The sounds of the drums and the boulders grew in her ears until it seemed as if the sound was the only thing in the world. Her body vibrated with the beat. In her mind, she took hold of her power, held it tightly, concentrated on her control of it. Then, hoping it was enough, she felt herself drift away. Everyone took the hand of the person to each side. The walls of the room swam away from her vision. Her consciousness undulated like ripples on a pond, floating, bobbing, pitching. She felt herself beginning to spin in a circle with the others, around and around the skulls in the center. The skulls brightened, lighting the faces of everyone in the circle. They were all swallowed in a soft void of nothingness. Shafts of light from the center spun with them. All around, shapes closed in. In terror, she recognized what they were. Shadow things. Unable to get a scream out, her breath caught in her throat. She squeezed Richard's hand. She had to protect him. She tried to get up to throw herself over him so they couldn't touch him, but her body wouldn't move. She realized with horror that it was because hands of the shadow things were on her. She struggled to get up to protect Richard. Her mind raced with panic. Had they already killed her? Was she dead? Was she no more than a spirit now, unable to move? The shadow things stared down at her. Shadow things didn't have faces. These did. Mud people faces. They weren't shadow things, she realized with a wave of relief. They were the ancestors' spirits. She caught her breath, eased the panic back down, relaxed herself. Who calls this gathering? It was the spirits speaking, all of them, together. The sound, hollow, flat, dead, almost took her breath away. But it was the birdman's mouth that moved. Who calls this gathering? They repeated. This man does, she said. This man beside me, Richard with the temper. They floated between the elders, gathering into the center of the circle.
Release his hands.
Kalin and Savidlin let go of Richard's hands. The spirits spun in the center of the circle. Then, in a rush, they came out in a line, passing through Richard's body. He inhaled sharply, threw his head back, and screamed in agony as they swept through him. Kalin jumped. The spirits all hovered behind him. The elders all closed their eyes.
Richard!
His head came back down. It's all right. I'm all right, he managed in a hoarse voice, but he was clearly still in pain. The spirits moved around the circle behind the elders, then settled into their bodies, both spirit and man, in the same place at the same time. It gave the elders a soft, indefinite appearance around the edges. Their eyes came open.
Why have you called us?
The Birdman asked, in their hollow, harmonic voices. She leaned a little toward Richard, keeping her eyes on the Birdman. They want you to say why you called this gathering. Richard took a few deep breaths, recovering from what they had done to him. I called this gathering because I must find an object of magic before Dark and Rawl finds it, before he can use it. Kalin translated as the spirits talked to Richard through the elders.
How many men have you killed?
Savidlin asked with spirit voices. Richard answered without hesitation. 2.
Why?
Hagenlet asked in their haunting tones. To keep them from killing me.
Both?
He thought a moment. The first one I killed in self-defense. The second I killed in defense of a friend.
Do you think the defense of a friend gives you the right to kill?
Arbrin's mouth moved this time. Yes.
Suppose he was going to kill your friend only to defend the life of his friend.
Richard took a deep breath. What's the point of the question?
The point is, according to what you believe, that you think it is justified to kill in the defense of a friend. Then if he was killing to defend a friend, he had the right to kill your friend. He was justified. Since he was justified, that would void your right, would it not?
Not all questions have answers.
Maybe not all questions have answers you like.
Maybe. Kalin could tell by his tone that Richard was getting angry. All the eyes of the elders, the spirits, were on him.
Did you enjoy killing this man?
Which one?
The first.
No.
The second.
Richard's jaw muscles tightened. What is the point of these questions?
All questions have a different reason for being asked.
And sometimes the reasons have nothing to do with the question?
Answer the question.
Only if you first tell me the reason for it.
You came here to ask us questions. Shall we ask your reasons?
It would seem you are.
Answer our question, or we will not answer yours.
And if I answer it, will you promise to answer mine?
We are not here to make bargains. We are here because we were called. Answer the question, or the gathering is over.
Richard took a deep breath, letting it out slowly as he stared up at the void. Yes, I enjoyed killing him because of the magic of the Sword of Truth. That is how it works. If I had killed him in another manner without the sword, I would not have enjoyed it.
Irrelevant.
What?
If is irrelevant. Did is not. So now you have given 2 reasons for killing the second man. To defend a friend and because you enjoyed it. Which is the true reason?
Both. I killed him to protect a friend's life, and because of the sword, I enjoyed it.
What if you did not need to kill to protect your friend? What if you were wrong in your assessment? What if the life of your friend was not, in fact, in danger?
Kalin tensed at this question. She hesitated a moment before translating it. In my mind, the deed is not as important as the intent. I truly believed my friend's life was in danger, therefore I felt justified in killing to protect her. I had only a moment to act. In my mind, indecision would have resulted in her death. If the spirits think I was wrong in killing, or that the one I killed may have been justified, voiding my right, then we have a disagreement. Some problems have no clear solution. Some problems don't provide the time to analyze them. I had to act with my heart. As a wise man once told me, Every murderer thinks he is justified in killing. I will kill to prevent myself or a friend or an innocent from being killed. If you feel that is wrong, tell me now so we can put an end to these painful questions and I may go in search of the answers I need.
As we said, we are not here to make bargains. You said that to your mind, the deed is not as important as the intent. Is there anyone you have intended to kill, but have not?
The sound of their voices was painful. Kaylin felt as if it was burning her skin. You have misinterpreted the context of what I said. I said I killed because I thought I had to, that I thought his intent was to kill her. Therefore, I thought I had to act or she would die. Not that my intent equates to the deed. There is probably a long list of people who at one time or another I have wanted to kill.
If you wanted to, why have you not done so?
Many reasons. For some, I had no true justification. It was only a mind game, a fantasy, to counter the sting of an injustice. For some, though I felt justified, I was able to escape without killing. Some, well, it just turned out that I didn't, that's all.
The 5 elders?
Richard sighed. Yes.
But you intended to.
Richard didn't answer.
Is this a case where the intent is as the deed?
Richard swallowed hard. In my heart, yes. That I intended it wounds me almost as much as the deed would have.
So then we have not, it would seem, gotten what you said entirely out of context.
Kaylin could see tears in Richard's eyes. Why are you asking me these questions?
Why do you want the object of magic?
To stop Dark and Rawl.
And how will getting this object stop him?
Richard leaned back a little. His eyes went wide. He understood. A tear ran down his cheek. Because if I can get the object and keep it from him, he whispered, he will die. I will kill him in that way.
What you are really asking us, then, is for our aid in killing another.
Their voices echoed around her in the darkness. Richard only nodded.
That is why we are asking you these questions. You are asking for our aid in killing. Do you not think it fair we should know what kind of person it is we would be helping in his attempt to kill?
Sweat was rolling off Richard's face. I guess so. He closed his eyes.
Why do you want to kill this man?
Many reasons.
Why do you want to kill this man?
Because he tortured and killed my father. Because he has tortured and killed many others. Because he will kill me if I don't kill him. Because he will torture and kill many more if I don't kill him. It is the only way to stop him. He cannot be reasoned with. I have no option but to kill him.
Consider the next question carefully. Answer with the truth, or this gathering will end.
Richard nodded.
What is the reason above all others why you want to kill this man?
Richard looked down and closed his eyes again. Because, he whispered at last, tears running down his face, if I don't kill him, he will kill Kaylin. Kaylin felt as if she had been hit in the stomach. She could barely bring herself to translate the words. There was a long silence. Richard sat naked in more ways than one. She was angry at the spirits for doing this to him. She was also deeply distraught by what she was doing to him. Shar had been right.
If Kaylin were not a factor, would you still try to kill this man?
Absolutely. You asked the reason above all others, I told you.
What is the object of magic you seek?
They asked suddenly. Does that mean you agree with my reasons for killing?
No. It means that for our own reasons we have decided to answer your question, if we can. What is the object of magic you seek?
One of the 3 boxes of Orden. When Kaylin translated, the spirits suddenly howled as if in pain.
We are not allowed to answer that question. The boxes of Orden are in play. This gathering is over.
The elder's eyes began to close. Richard jumped to his feet. You would let Darken Ral kill all those people when you have the power to help?
Yes.
You would let him kill your descendants, your living flesh and blood. You aren't spirit ancestors to our people, you are spirit traitors.
Not true.
Then tell me.
Not allowed.
Please, don't leave us without your help. Let me ask another question.
We are not allowed to disclose where the boxes of Orden are. It is forbidden. Think and ask another question.
Richard sat down, pulling his knees up. He rubbed his eyes with the tips of his fingers. The symbols painted all over him made him look like some kind of wild creature. He put his face in his hands, thinking. His head snapped up. You can't tell me where the boxes are. Are there any other restrictions?
Yes.
How many boxes does Ral already have?
2.
He looked at the elders evenly. You have just disclosed where 2 of the boxes are. That is forbidden, he reminded them. Or maybe it is simply a gray shade of intent. Silence.
That information is not restricted. Your question?
Richard leaned forward like a dog on scent. Can you tell me who knows where the last box is? Richard already knew the answer to this question, she suspected. She recognized his manner of slicing the loaf the other way.
We know the name of the person who has the box, and the names of several other people nearby, but we cannot tell you the names because that would be the same as telling you where it is. That is forbidden.
Then can you tell me the name of a person other than Ral, who is not in possession of the last box, who is not near it, but who knows where it is?
There is one we can name. She knows where the box is. If we tell you her name, that would not lead you to the box, only to her. This is allowed. It will be up to you, not us, to get whatever information you might.
That is my question, then. Who is it? Name her. When they uttered the name, Kaelin froze with a jolt. She didn't translate. The elders shook at the mere name, spoken aloud. Who is it? What's her name? Richard demanded of her. Kaelin looked up at him.
We are as good as dead, she whispered.
Why? Who is it? Kaelin sank back into herself.
It is the witch woman, Shota.
And do you know where she is? Kaelin nodded, her brow wrinkled in terror.
In the Agadan Reach.
She whispered the name as if even the words tasted of poison.
Not even a wizard would dare to go into the Reach.
Richard studied the visage of fear in her face and looked to the elders as they shook. Then we go to Agadan Reach, to this witch woman, Shota, he said in an even voice, and find out where the box is.
We wish you kind fates, the spirit said through the birdman. The lives of our descendants depend upon you.
Thank you for your help, honored ancestors, Richard said. I will do my best to stop Ral, to help our people.
You must use your head. That is Darken Ral's way. Meet him on his terms, and you will lose. It will not be easy. You will have to suffer, as will our people, as will other people, before you even have a chance to succeed. And in all probability, you will still fail. Heed our warning, Richard with the temper.
I will remember the things you say. I pledge to do my best.
Then we will test the truth of your pledge. There is something else we would tell you.
They paused for a moment.
Darken Ral is here. He looks for you.
Kaelin translated in a rush, jumping to her feet. Richard came up beside her. What? He is here now? Where is he? What is he doing?
He is in the center of the village. He is killing people.
Fear raged through Kaelin. Richard took a step forward. I have to get out of here. I have to get my sword. I have to try to stop him.
If you wish, but hear us out first. Sit, they commanded.
Richard and Kaelin sank back down, looking wide-eyed at each other, clutching each other's hands. Tears welled up in her eyes. Hurry then, Richard said.
Darken Ral wants you. Your sword cannot kill him. Tonight, the balance of power is on his side. If you go out there, he will kill you. You will have no chance. None. In order to win, you must change the balance of power, something you cannot do this night. The people he kills tonight will die whether or not you go out to fight him. If you do go out, more will die in the end. Many more. If you are to succeed, you must have the courage to let these die tonight. You must save yourself to fight at another time. You must suffer this pain. You must heed your head rather than your sword, if you are to have a chance to win.
But I have to go out sooner or later.
Darkenral has loosed many dark terrors. He must balance many things, including his time. He does not have the time to wait all night. He is confident, with good reason, that he can defeat you at any time of his choosing. He has no reason to wait. He will be gone soon to tend to other dark matters, to look for you another day. The symbols painted upon you open our eyes to you so we may see you. They close his eyes to you. He cannot see you unless you draw your sword. That he will be able to see. Then he would have you. As long as the symbols are upon you and the magic of your sword remains in its scabbard, while you are in Mud People territory, he cannot find you.
But I can't stay here.
Not if you wish to stop him. When you leave our territory, the power of the symbols will be gone, and he will be able to see you again.
Richard breathed hard. His hands shook. Kalen could see by the look on his face that he was close to disregarding the warning, close to going out to fight.
The choice is yours,
the spirit said.
Wait in here while he kills some of our people, and when he is gone, go after the box to kill him. Or go out now and accomplish nothing.
Richard closed his eyes tight, swallowed hard. His chest rose and fell with his labored breathing. I will wait, he said in a voice she could barely hear. Kalen threw her arms around his neck, putting her head against his, as they both cried. The circle of elders began spinning around again. That was the last thing she remembered until she and Richard were shaken awake by the Birdman. She felt as if she were coming out of a nightmare as she recalled the things the spirit said about the killing of the Mud People, and that to find the box they had to go into Agaden Reach, to Shota. She recoiled at the thought of the witch woman. The other elders were standing over them and helping both of them up. All wore grim faces. Tears tried to come to her again. She forced them back. The Birdman pushed the door open to the cold night air, to a clear starlit sky. The clouds were gone. Even the snake-like cloud. Dawn was less than an hour away, and already the eastern sky had a hint of color to it. A solemn-faced hunter handed them their clothes, and Richard his sword. Wordlessly, they dressed and went out. A phalanx of hunters and archers protectively surrounded the spirit house. Many were blooded. Richard pushed in front of the Birdman. Tell me what happened, he ordered in a quiet voice. A man with a spear stepped forward. Kalen waited next to Richard to translate. Rage flared in the man's eyes. The red demon came from the sky carrying a man. He wanted you. Fire in his eyes, he pushed his spear point against Richard's chest. The Birdman, stone-faced, put his hand on the spear, raising the point away from Richard. When he could only find your clothes, he began killing people. Children. His chest was heaving with anger. Our arrows would not touch him. Our spears would not touch him. Our hands would not touch him. Many of those who tried were killed by magic fire. Then he became even more angry when he saw that we use fire. He made all the fires go out. Then he climbed back on the red demon and told us that if we use fire again, he will come back and kill every child in the village. With magic, he floated Sidon into the air and took him under his arm. A gift, he said, for a friend. Then he flew away. And where were you and your sword? Savidlin's eyes filled with tears. Kalen put her hand against the ripping pain in her heart. She knew who the gift was for. The man spat on Richard. Savidlin went for him, but Richard held his arm out, held Savidlin back. I heard the voices of our ancestors' spirits, Savidlin said. I know this is not his failing. Kalen put her arms around Savidlin and comforted him. Be strong. We have saved him once when it seemed he was lost. We will save him again. He nodded bravely as he pulled back.
Richard asked softly what she had told Savidlin. "A lie," she answered, to ease his pain. Richard nodded his understanding and turned to the man with the spear. "Show me the ones he killed," he said without emotion. "Why?" the man demanded. "So I will never forget why I am going to kill the one who did this." The man gave the elders an angry glance and then led them all to the center of the village. Kaylin put on her blank expression to shield herself from what she knew she would see. She had seen it too many times before in other villages, other places. And as she expected, it was the same as she had seen before. Lined up in terrible disarray beside a wall were the torn and ripped bodies of children, the burned bodies of men and dead women, some without arms or jaws. The birdman's niece was among them. Richard showed no emotion as he walked among the chaos of screaming and wailing people, past the dead, looking, the calm in the eye of the hurricane. Or maybe, she thought, the lightning about to strike. "This is what you brought us," the man hissed. "This is your fault." Richard watched as others nodded their agreement, then turned his eyes on the man with the spear. His voice was gentle. "If it eases your pain to think so, then blame me. I choose to blame the one whose hands have the blood on them." He addressed the birdman and the other elders. "Until this is over, don't use fire. It will only invite more killing. I swear to stop this man or die in the attempt. Thank you, my friends, for helping me." His eyes turned to Kaylin. They were intense, reflecting his anger over what he had just seen. He gritted his teeth. "Let's go find this witch woman." They had no choice, of course, but she knew of Shota. They were going to die. They might as well go ask Dark and Rahl to tell them where they could find the box. Kaylin walked up to the birdman, then suddenly threw her arms around him. "Remember me," she whispered. When they separated, the birdman looked around at the people, his face drawn. "These two need some men to guard them safely to the edge of our land." Savidlin stepped forward instantly. Without hesitation, a band of 10 of his best hunters came to stand with him. Chapter 29. Princess Violet turned suddenly and slapped Rachel's face. Hard. Rachel had done nothing wrong, of course. The princess just liked to slap her when she least expected it. The princess thought it was fun. Rachel didn't try to hide how much it hurt. If it didn't hurt enough, the princess would slap her again. Rachel put her hand over the sting, her bottom lip quivering, tears welling up in her eyes, but she said nothing. Turning back to the shiny, polished wall of little wooden drawers, Princess Violet put her stubby finger through a gold handle and slid open another drawer, taking out a sparkling silver necklace studded with large blue stones. "This one's pretty. Hold my hair up." She turned to the tall, wood-framed mirror, admiring herself as her fingers hooked the clasp behind her plump neck while Rachel held her long, dull brown hair out of the way for her. Rachel eyed herself in the mirror, inspecting the red mark on her face. She hated looking at herself in the mirror, hated seeing her hair, how it looked when the princess chopped it off short. She wasn't allowed to let her hair grow, of course. She was a nobody, but she wished so much it could at least be cut even. Almost everyone else had their hair cut short, but it was even. The princess liked chopping it for her, liked making it all jagged. Princess Violet liked it when other people thought Rachel was ugly. Rachel shifted her weight to her other foot and rolled her free ankle around to ease its stiffness. They'd been in the Queen's jewel room all afternoon, the princess trying on one piece of jewelry after another, then primping and turning in front of the tall mirror. It was her favorite thing to do, trying on the Queen's jewelry and looking at herself in the mirror. Being her playmate, Rachel was required to be with her, to make sure the princess was enjoying herself. Dozens of the little drawers stood open, some a little, some a lot. Necklaces and bracelets hung halfway out of some like sparkling tongues. More were scattered around the floor, along with brooches, tiaras, and rings. The princess looked down her nose and pointed to a blue stone ring on the floor. "Give me that one." Rachel slipped it over the finger held in front of her face. Then the princess watched herself in the mirror as she turned her hand this way and that. She ran her hand over her pretty pale blue satin dress, admiring the ring. Letting out a long, bored sigh, she walked over to the fancy white marble pedestal that stood by itself in the opposite corner of the jewel room. She was looking up at her mother's favorite object, one she fawned over at every opportunity. Princess Violet's pudgy fingers reached up, pulling the gold, jewel-encrusted box off its honored resting place.
Princess Violet, Rachel blurted out before she had a chance to think. Your mother said you mustn't touch that.
The princess turned with an innocent expression, then tossed her the box. Rachel gasped, catching the box, horrified it might crash against the wall. Terrified that she had it in her hands, she immediately set it down on the floor as if it were a hot coal. She backed away, fearful of getting whipped just for being caught near the Queen's precious box.
What's the big deal? Princess Violet snapped. Magic keeps it from being taken from this room. It's not like anyone's going to steal it or anything.
Rachel didn't know anything about any magic, but she knew she didn't want to be caught touching the Queen's box.
I'm going down to the dining room, the princess said, lifting her nose, to watch the guests arrive and wait for dinner. Clean up this dreadful mess, then go to the kitchen and tell the cooks I don't want my roast cooked like leather, like the last time, or I'll tell my mother to have them beaten.
Of course, Princess Violet. Rachel curtsied. The princess held her big nose up.
And thank you, Princess Violet, for bringing me and letting me see how pretty you look in the jewelry. Well, it's the least I can do. You must get tired of looking at your ugly face in the mirror. My mother says we must do kind things for the less fortunate.
She reached in a pocket and brought out something.
Here, take the key and lock the door when you're finished putting everything back.
Rachel curtsied again.
Yes, Princess Violet.
While the key was dropping into Rachel's outstretched hand, the princess's other hand came out of nowhere, slapping Rachel's face unexpectedly, and unexpectedly hard. She stood stunned as Princess Violet walked out of the room, laughing a high, squeaky, snorting laugh. Princess Violet's laugh hurt almost as much as the slap. Tears fell from her face as she crawled around on the floor on her hands and knees, picking up fingerfuls of rings from the carpets. She stopped and sat back a moment, carefully touching her fingertips to the place where she had been slapped. It hurt like anything. Rachel deliberately worked around the Queen's box, giving it sidelong glances, afraid to touch it, yet knowing she would have to, because she had to put it back. She worked slowly, meticulously, laying the jewelry in its place, carefully pushing the drawers closed, hoping somehow she wouldn't finish, so she wouldn't have to pick up the box. The Queen's favorite thing in the whole world. The Queen wouldn't be happy at all if she knew that some nobody had touched it. Rachel knew the Queen was always having somebody's head chopped off. Sometimes the princess made Rachel go with her to watch, but Rachel always closed her eyes. The princess didn't. When all the jewelry was put away, the last drawer closed, she looked out of the corner of her eye, down at the box sitting on the floor. She felt as if it were looking back, as if it might somehow tell the Queen. Finally, squatting down, eyes wide, she picked it up. Holding it at arm's length, she carefully shuffled her feet over the edges of carpets, terrified she might drop it. She set the box in its place as slowly as she could, carefully, gingerly, fearing a jewel might fall out or something. She quickly drew her fingers away, relieved. Turning back, she caught sight of the hem of a silver robe that touched the floor. Her breath caught in her throat. She hadn't heard footsteps. Her head slowly, almost involuntarily, rose up the line of the robe to the hands stuck in the opposite sleeves, to the long pointed white beard, to the bony face, the hooked nose, the bald head, and the dark eyes looking down at her startled face. The wizard.
Wizard Giller,
she whined, fully expecting to be struck dead any second.
I was only putting it back, I swear. Please, please don't kill me.
Her face wrinkled up as she tried to make herself back away, but her feet wouldn't move.
Please.
She stuck the hem of her dress in her mouth, biting it as she whimpered. Rachel scrunched her eyes closed and shook as the wizard began sinking, lowering himself to the floor.
Child,
he said in a soft voice. Rachel cautiously opened one eye, surprised to find he was sitting on the floor, his face even with hers.
I am not going to hurt you.
She opened the other eye just as cautiously.
You're not?
She didn't believe him. She saw with a start that the big, heavy door was closed, her only escape route blocked.
No,
he smiled, shaking his bald head. Who took the box down?
We were playing. That's all, just playing. I was putting it back for the princess. She's very good to me, so very good.
I wanted to help her. She's a wonderful person. I love her. She's so kind to me. He put a long finger over her lips to gently silence her.
I get the point, child. So, you are the princess's playmate, then?
She nodded in earnest. Rachel. His grin got bigger.
That's a pretty name. Glad to meet you, Rachel. I'm sorry I frightened you. I was only coming to check on the Queen's box.
No one had ever told her that her name was pretty, but he had shut the big door. You're not going to strike me dead? Or change me into something horrid?
Oh, dear, no, he laughed.
He turned his head, peering at her with one eye.
Why are there red marks on your cheeks?
She didn't answer, too scared to say. Slowly, carefully, he reached out, his fingers touching one cheek, then the other. Her eyes opened wide. The sting was gone. Better? She nodded. His eyes seemed so big, the way they looked at her up close like this. They made her feel like telling him, so she did. The princess hits me, she admitted, ashamed.
So, she is not so kind to you, then?
She shook her head, casting her eyes downward. Then the wizard did something that absolutely stunned her. He reached around and gave her a gentle hug. She stood stiffly for a moment, then put her arms around his neck, hugging him back. His long white whiskers tickled the side of her face and neck, but she still liked it. He looked at her with sad eyes.
I'm sorry, dear child. The princess and the queen can be quite cruel.
His voice sounded so nice, she thought, like Brophy's. A big grin spread beneath his hooked nose.
Tell you what, I have something here that might help.
A thin hand reached into his robes, and he looked up into the air while his hand felt around. Then his hand found what it was looking for. Her eyes went wide as he pulled out a doll with short hair the same color as hers. He patted the doll's tummy.
This is a trouble doll.
Trouble doll? She whispered.
Yes,
he nodded. There were deep wrinkles at the ends of his smile.
When you have troubles, you tell them to the doll, and she takes them away for you. She has magic. Here, try it out.
Rachel could hardly take a breath as she reached out with both hands, her fingers carefully clutching the doll. She pulled it to her chest, cautiously, and hugged it. Then, tentatively, slowly, she held it out, looking at its face. Her eyes got all watery.
Princess Violet says I'm ugly,
she confided in the doll. The face on the doll smiled. Rachel's mouth dropped open.
I love you, Rachel,
it said in a tiny little voice. Rachel gasped in surprise. She giggled in glee. She hugged the doll to her as tight as she could. She laughed and laughed, swinging her body back and forth as she hugged the doll to her chest. Then she remembered. She pushed the doll back at the wizard, turning her face away.
I'm not allowed to have a doll. The princess said so. She would throw it in the fire, that's what she said. If I had a doll, she would throw it in the fire.
She could hardly speak because of the lump in her throat.
Well, let me think, the wizard said, rubbing his chin. Where do you sleep?
Most of the time I sleep in the princess's bedroom. She locks me in the box at night. I think that's mean. Sometimes, when she says I've been bad, she makes me leave the castle for the night, so I have to sleep outside. She thinks that's even meaner, but I really like it because I have a secret place in a wayward pine where I sleep. Wayward pines don't have locks on them, you know. I can go potty whenever I have to. It's pretty cold sometimes, but I got a pile of straw, and I climb under it to keep warm. I have to come back in the morning before she sends the guards to look for me, so they won't find my secret place. I don't want them to find it. They would tell the princess, and she wouldn't send me out anymore.
The wizard tenderly cupped his hands around her face. It made her feel special.
Dear child, he whispered, that I could have been a party to this.
His eyes were wet. Rachel didn't know wizards could get tears. Then his big grin came back, and he held up a finger.
I have an idea. You know the gardens? The formal gardens?
Rachel nodded.
I go through them to go to my secret place when I'm put out at night. The princess makes me go through the outer wall at the garden gate. She doesn't want me to go out the front past the shops and people. She's afraid someone might take me in for the night. She told me I mustn't go to the town or the farmland. I must go to the woods as punishment.
Well, as you walk
Look, down the central path of the garden, there are short urns on both sides with yellow flowers in them. Rachel nodded. She knew where they were. I will hide your doll in the third urn on the right. I will put a wizard's web over it. That's magic, so no one but you will find it. He took the doll and carefully tucked it away back in his robes as her eyes followed it. The next time you are put out for the night, you go there, and you will find your doll. Then you can keep it at your place, your wayward pine, where no one will find it or take it from you. And I will also leave you a magic fire stick. Just build a little stack of sticks, not too big now, with stones around it, and then hold the magic fire stick to it and say, "Light for me," and it will burn, so you can keep warm. Rachel threw her arms around him, hugging and hugging him as he patted her back. Thank you, Wizard Giller. You may call me Giller when we are alone, child. Just Giller. That is what all my good friends call me. Thank you so much for my doll, Giller. No one ever gave me anything so nice before. I'll take the bestest care of her. I have to go now. I'm to scold the cooks for the princess. Then I have to sit and watch her eat. She grinned. Then I have to think of something bad to do so the princess will put me out tonight. The wizard laughed a deep laugh as his eyes sparkled. He mussed her hair with his big hand. Giller helped her with the heavy door and locked it for her, then handed the key back to her. I so hope we can talk again sometime, she said, looking up at him. He smiled at her. We will, Rachel, we will. I'm sure of it. Waving back at him, she ran off down the long, empty hall, happier than she had been since she first came to live at the castle. It was a long way through the castle down to the kitchen, down stone stairs and halls with rugs on the floors and paintings on the walls, through big rooms with tall windows hung with gold and red drapery, and chairs of red velvet with gold legs, long carpets with pictures on them of men fighting on horseback, past guards who stood still as stone at some of the big fancy doors or marched in twos, and by servants who rushed everywhere carrying linens, trays, or brooms, and rags and buckets of soapy water. None of the guards or servants gave her a second look, even though she was running. They knew she was Princess Violet's playmate, and had seen her running through the castle many times before on errands for the princess. She was winded when she finally reached the kitchens, which were steamy and smoky and filled with noise. Helpers were scurrying around, carrying heavy sacks, big pots, or hot trays, all trying not to bump into one another. People chopped things she couldn't see on the high tables and huge chopping blocks. Pans clanged, cooks yelled orders, helpers took pans and metal bowls off hooks overhead and put others back. There was a constant rapping of spoons, mixing and whipping food, the sharp hiss of oil and garlic and butter and onions and spices in hot pans, and everyone seemed to be yelling at the same time. This chaotic place smelled so good it made her head spin. She tugged on the sleeve of one of the two head cooks, trying to tell him she had a message from the princess, but he was arguing with another cook and told her to go sit and wait until they were finished. She sat down nearby on a little stool by the ovens, her back pressed against the hot brick. The kitchen smelled so good, and she was so hungry. But she knew she would get in trouble if she asked for food. The head cooks were standing over a big crock, waving their arms around, yelling at each other. Suddenly, the crock fell to the floor with a big thunk, splitting in two, sending light brown liquid flooding all over. Rachel jumped up on the stool so it wouldn't get on her bare feet. The cooks stood still, their faces almost as white as their coats. What are we going to do now? The short one asked. We don't have any more of the ingredients Father Rawl sent. Wait a minute, the tall one said, holding his hand to his forehead. Let me think. He put both hands to his face, squishing it together. Then he put both arms in the air. All right, I've got an idea. Get me another crock, and just keep your mouth shut. Maybe we can keep our heads. Get me some other ingredients. What ingredients? The short one yelled, red-faced. The tall cook leaned over him. Brown ingredients! Rachel watched while they ran around, snatching up things, pouring in bottles of liquid, adding ingredients, stirring, tasting. At last, they both smiled. All right, it'll work, I think. Just let me do the talking, the tall one said. Rachel stepped tiptoed across the wet floor and tugged on his sleeve again. You still here? What do you want? He snapped. Princess Violet said not to make her roast dry again, or she would have the Queen make those men beat you. She looked down at the ground. She made me say that. He looked down at her a minute, then turned to the short cook, shaking his finger. I told you. This time, slice hairs from the center, and don't mix up the plates, or we'll both end up losing our heads. He looked back down at her. And you didn't see any of this, he said, stirring his finger around in the air over the crock. Cooking? You don't want me to tell anyone I saw you cooking? All right, she said, a little confused, and started tiptoeing across the wet floor again. I won't tell anyone, I promise. I don't like to see people getting hurt by those men with the whips. I won't tell. Wait a minute, he called after her. Rachel, isn't it? She turned and nodded. Come back here. She didn't want to, but she tiptoed back anyway. He took out a big knife that scared her at first, then turned to a platter on the table behind him and cut off a big, juicy piece of meat. She had never seen such a piece of meat, without fat and gristle all over it, at least not up close. It was a piece of meat like the Queen and the Princess ate. He handed it down to her, put it right into her hand. Sorry I yelled at you, Rachel. You sit on that stool over there and eat this. And then let us be sure you're cleaned up, so no one will be the wiser. All right? She nodded and ran off to the stool with her prize, forgetting to tiptoe. It was the best, most delicious thing she had ever eaten. She tried to eat it slowly while she watched all the people running around, clanging pots and carrying things, but she couldn't. Juice ran down her arms and dripped off her elbows. When she was finished, the short cook came and wiped her hands and arms and face with a towel. Then he gave her a slice of lemon pie, placing it right in her hands the way the tall cook had done with the meat. He said he baked it himself, and he wanted to know if it was good. She told him quite truthfully that it was just about the bestest thing she had ever had. He grinned. This had been just about the best day she could ever remember. 2 good things in the same day, the trouble doll and now the food. She felt like a queen herself. Later, as she sat in the big dining room on her little chair behind the princess, it was the first time ever that she hadn't been so hungry that her stomach made noises while the important people ate. The head table where they sat was 3 steps higher than all the other tables, so if she sat up straight, she could see the whole room, even from her little chair. Servers were dashing all about, bringing in food, taking out dishes with food still left on them, pouring wine, and exchanging half-full trays on the tables with full ones from the kitchen. She watched all the fine ladies and gentlemen dressed in pretty dresses and colorful braided coats sitting at the long tables, eating from the fancy plates, and for the first time she knew how the food tasted. She still didn't understand, though, why they needed so many forks and spoons to eat with. One time, when she had asked the princess why there were so many forks and spoons and things, the princess had said it was something a nobody like her would never need to know. Mostly, Rachel was ignored at the banquets. The princess only turned to look at her once in a while. She was just there because she was Princess Violet's playmate, for looks, she guessed. The Queen had people standing or sitting behind her when she ate, too. The Queen said Rachel was for the princess to practice on, to practice leadership. She leaned forward and whispered, "Is your roast juicy enough, Princess Violet? I told the cooks it was mean to give you bad meat, and you said not to do it again." Princess Violet looked back over her shoulder, gravy dripping from her chin. "It's good enough to keep them from getting whipped. And you're right, they shouldn't be so mean to me. It's about time they learned." Queen Milena sat at the table, as she always did, with her tiny little dog held in one arm. It kept pushing its skinny little stick legs against her fat arm as it shook, making little dents with its feet. The Queen fed it scraps of meat that were better than any Rachel had ever been fed. Before today, that is, she thought with a smile. Rachel didn't like the little dog. It barked a lot, and sometimes when the Queen set it on the floor, it would run over to her and bite her legs with its tiny, sharp teeth, and she didn't dare to say anything. When the dog bit her, the Queen always told it to be careful not to hurt itself. She always used a funny, high, sweet voice when she talked to the dog. While the Queen and her ministers talked about some kind of alliance, Rachel sat jiggling her legs, knocking her knees together, thinking about her trouble doll. The wizard stood behind and to the right of the Queen, offering his advice when asked. He looked grand in his silver robes. She had never paid much attention to Giller before. He had just been another one of the Queen's important people, always there with her like her little dog. People were afraid of him, too, the way she was afraid of the dog. Now, as she watched him, he seemed like just about the nicest man she had ever seen. He ignored her through the whole dinner, never once looking her way. Rachel figured he didn't want to draw attention to her and make the princess mad. That was a good idea. Princess Violet would be cross if she knew Giller had said he thought Rachel's name was pretty. The queen's long hair hung down behind her fancy-carved chair, shaking in waves when her important people talked to her and she nodded her head. When the meal was finished, servers rolled out a cart with the crock she had seen the cooks mixing. Goblets were filled from a ladle and carried to all the guests. Everyone seemed to think it was pretty important. The queen stood, holding her goblet in the air and the little dog in her other arm. "Lords and ladies, I present you with the drink of enlightenment, that we may see the truth. This is a very precious commodity. Few are offered the opportunity of enlightenment. I have availed myself of it many times, of course, that I might see the truth, the way of Father Rahl, in order to lead my people to the common good. Drink up." Some people looked like they didn't want to, but only for a minute. Then they all drank. The queen drank after she saw that everyone else had, then sat back down with a funny look on her face. She leaned to a server, whispering. Rachel started to get worried. The queen was frowning. When the queen frowned, people got their heads chopped off. The tall cook came out smiling. The queen motioned to him with her finger hooked to lean closer. There was sweat on his forehead. Rachel guessed it was because the kitchen was so hot. She was sitting behind the princess, who sat at the left arm of the queen, so she could hear them talking. "This does not taste the same," she said in her mean voice. She didn't always talk in her mean voice, but when she did, people got scared. Well, Your Majesty, you see, in truth, well, it's not, you see. Not the same, that is." Her eyebrows lifted, and he talked faster. "You see, in truth, well, I knew this was a very important dinner. Yes, I knew, you see, that you wouldn't want anything to go wrong, you see. Wouldn't want anyone to fail to be enlightened, to fail to see your brilliance about all this, business. So, you see, well..." He leaned a little closer and lowered his voice to speak confidentially. "So, I took the liberty of making the drink of enlightenment stronger. Much stronger, actually, you see. So, no one would fail to see the rightness of what you say. I assure you, Your Majesty, it is so strong, no one will fail to be enlightened." He leaned even closer, lowered his voice even more. "In fact, Your Majesty, it is so strong that anyone who fails to be enlightened and opposes you after drinking it, well, they could only be a traitor." "Really?" the queen whispered in surprise. "Well, I thought it was stronger." "Very perceptive, Your Majesty, very perceptive. You have a very refined palate. I knew I wouldn't be able to fool you." "Indeed. But are you sure it isn't too powerful? I can feel the enlightenment sweeping through me already." "Your Majesty," his eyes shifted among the guests, "where your mandate is concerned, I feared to make it any weaker." His eyebrows lifted up. "Lest any traitor go unfound." She smiled at last and nodded. "You are a wise and loyal cook. From now on, I put you exclusively in charge of the drink of enlightenment." "Thank you, Your Majesty." He bowed a bunch of times and left. Rachel was glad he didn't get in trouble. "Lords and ladies, a special treat. Tonight, I had the cook prepare the drink of enlightenment extra strong, so none loyal to their queen could fail to see the wisdom of Father Rahl's ways." The people all smiled and nodded how pleased they were about this. Some told how they could already feel the special insights the drink was giving them. "A special treat, lords and ladies, for your entertainment." She snapped her fingers. "Bring in the fool." Guards brought in a man and made him stand in the center of the room, directly in front of the queen, all the tables around him. He was big and strong-looking, but he was bound with chains. The queen leaned forward. "We here have all agreed that an alliance with our ally, Dark and Rahl, will bring great benefits to all our people, that we will all profit together, that the little people, the workers, the farmers, will benefit the most, that they will be freed from the oppression of those who would only exploit them for profit, for gold, for greed, that from now on we all will be working for the common good, not individual goals." The Queen frowned. "Please tell all these ignorant lords and ladies," she swept her hand around the room, "how it is that you are smarter than they, and why you should be allowed to work only for yourself instead of your fellow man." The man had an angry look on his face. Rachel wished he could change it before he got in trouble. "The common good," he said, sweeping his hand around the room like the Queen had done, except his hands had chains on them. "This is what you call the common good? All your fine people look to be enjoying the good food, the warm fire. My children go hungry tonight because most of our crops have been taken for the common good, for those who have decided not to bother to work, but to eat the fruit of my labor instead." The people laughed. "And you would deny them food simply because you are fortunate that your crops grew better?" the Queen asked. "You are a selfish man. Their crops would grow better if they would plant seeds in the ground first. And so you have so little care for your fellow man that you therefore would condemn them to starve? My family starves to feed others, to feed Ra's army, to feed you fine lords and ladies who do nothing but discuss and decide what to do with my crop, how to divide the product of my labor among others." Rachel wished the man would keep still. He was going to get his head chopped off. The people and the Queen thought he was funny, though. "And my family goes cold," he said, and his face looked even more angry, "because we aren't allowed to have fire." He pointed at a few of the fireplaces. "But here there is fire to warm the people who tell them we are all equal now, how there will no longer be some put before others, and I must therefore not be allowed to keep what is mine. Isn't it odd that the people who tell me how we are all to be the same under the alliance with Dark and Rawl and do not work other than to divide up the fruit of my labors are all well fed and warm and have fine clothes on their backs, but my family goes hungry and cold?" Everyone laughed. Rachel didn't laugh. She knew what it was like to be hungry and cold. "Lords and ladies," the Queen said with a chuckle, "did I not promise you royal entertainment? The drink of enlightenment lets us see what a selfish fool this man truly is. Just think, he actually believes it is right to profit while others starve. He would put his profit above the lives of his fellow man. For his greed, he would murder the hungry." Everyone laughed with the Queen. The Queen smacked her hand down on the table. Plates jumped and a few glasses fell over, spilling a red stain across the white tablecloth. Everyone fell silent, except the little dog who barked at the man. "This is the kind of greed that will be ended when the People's Peace Army comes to help rid us of these human leeches that suck us all dry." The Queen's round face was as red as the stains on the tablecloth. Everyone cheered and clapped for a long time. The Queen sat back, smiling at last. The man's face was as red as hers. "Odd, isn't it, now that all the farmers, the workers in town are all working for the common good, that there isn't enough good to go around, like there used to be, or enough food?" The Queen jumped to her feet. "Of course not," she shouted, "because of greedy people like you." She took some deep breaths, till her face wasn't quite so red, then turned to the Princess. "Violet, dear, you must learn matters of state sooner or later. You must learn how to serve the public good for all our people. Therefore, I will put this matter in your hands, so you may gain experience. What would you do with this traitor to our people? You choose, dear, and it will be done." Princess Violet stood. Smiling, she looked around at the people. "I say," she said, as she leaned forward a little across the table to look at the big man in chains, "I say, off with his head." Everyone cheered and clapped again. Guards dragged the man away as he called them names Rachel didn't understand. She was sad for him, and for his family. After the assembled crowd talked for a while longer, they all decided to go watch the man get his head chopped off. When the Queen left and Princess Violet turned to her and said it was time to go watch, Rachel stood up in front of her with fists at her side. You're really mean to say to chop off that man's head." The Princess put her hands on her hips. "Is that so? Well, you could just spend the night outside tonight." "But, Princess Violet, it's so cold out tonight." "Well, while you're freezing, you can just think about how you dared to speak to me in that tone. And so you remember the next time, you are to stay out all day tomorrow and tomorrow night, too." Her face looked mean, like the Queen's did sometimes. "That should teach you some respect." Rachel started to say something else. Then she remembered the trouble doll, and that she wanted to go out. The princess pointed at the archway toward the door. "Go on, right now, with no supper." She stomped her foot. Rachel looked at the ground to pretend she was sad. "Yes, Princess Violet," she said as she curtsied. She walked with her head down through the archway and down the big hall, with all the rugs hung on the high walls. She liked to look at the pictures on the rugs, but she kept her head down this time in case the princess was watching. She didn't want to look happy about being put out. Guards wearing shiny armor, breastplates, and swords and holding pikes opened the great tall iron doors for her without saying anything. They never said anything to her when they let her out, or when they let her back in. They knew she was the princess's playmate, a nobody. When she got outside, she tried not to walk too fast in case anyone was watching. The stone was as cold as ice on her bare feet. Carefully, and with each hand under the other armpit to keep her fingers warm, she went down the wide steps and terraces, taking them one at a time so she wouldn't fall, at last reaching the cobblestone walk at the bottom. More guards patrolled outside, but they ignored her. They saw her all the time. The closer she got to the gardens, the faster she walked. Rachel slowed on the main garden path, waited until the guards' backs were turned. The trouble doll was right where Giller said it would be. She put the fire stick in her pocket, then hugged the doll to her as tight as she could before hiding it behind her back. She whispered to it, a warning to be still. She couldn't wait to get to her wayward pine so she could tell the doll how mean Princess Violet was to have that man's head chopped off. She looked around in the darkness. There was no one watching. No one to see her take the doll. At the outer wall, more men were patrolling the high walks, and the Queen's guards were at the gate, standing stiffly in their armor. They wore their fancy uniforms over the armor, sleeveless red tunics with the Queen's mark, a black wolf's head, emblazoned in the center. As they lifted the heavy iron bar and two of them pulled the squeaky door open for her, they didn't even look to see what she had behind her back. When she heard the clang of the bar dropping back in place and turned around to see the backs of the guards on the wall, then at last she smiled and started to run. It was a long way. In a high tower, dark eyes watched her go, watched her pass through the heavy guard without raising the slightest suspicion or interest, like a breath through fangs. Through the outer wall garden gate that had kept determined armies out and traitors in, watched her cross the bridge where hundreds of foes had died in battle yet failed to gain, watched her run across the fields, barefoot, unarmed, innocent, and into the forest, to her secret place. Furious, Zed slapped his hand to the cold metal plate. The massive stone door slowly grated closed. He had to step over the bodies of Daharan guards as he walked to the low wall. His fingers came to rest on the familiar smooth stone as he leaned forward, looking out over the sleeping city below. From this high wall on the mountainside, the city looked peaceful enough, but he had already slipped through the darkened streets and seen the troops everywhere. Troops that were there at the cost of many lives on both sides. But that wasn't the worst of it. Darken Rahl had to have been here. Zed pounded his fist at the stone. It had to be Darken Rahl who had taken it. The intricate web of shields should have held, but they hadn't. He had been away too many years. He had been a fool. "Nothing is ever easy," the wizard whispered. Chapter 30. Kalin, Richard asked, "Remember when we were back with the Mud People, and that man said Rahl had come riding a red demon? Do you know what he was talking about?" They had traveled 3 days across the plains, with Savadlin and his hunters, then had bid him goodbye with a promise to his sad eyes to do whatever they could to find Sidon. And they had spent the past week climbing up into the high country, into the Rang Shaddaa, the vast spine of rock that Kalin had said ran northeast across the back of the Midlands and cradled in its mountains the remote place known as Agaden Reach. A place she said was surrounded by jagged peaks, like a wreath of thorns, meant to keep all away. "You don't know?" She looked a little surprised. When he shook his head, she slumped down on a hump of rock to take a break. Richard slipped his pack off with a tired groan and flopped on the ground, leaning against a short rock, putting his arms back on it to stretch them into a different position. She looked different to him, now that the black and white mud had been washed off her face. He had gotten used to it over those 3 days. "So what was it?" he asked again. "A dragon." "A dragon? There are dragons in the Midlands? I didn't think there really were such things." "Well, there are." She frowned over at him. "I thought you knew." He gave a single shake of his head. I guess you wouldn't, since Westland has no magic. Dragons have magic. I believe that's how they fly, with the aid of magic. I thought dragons were just legends, old tales. He flicked a pebble between his thumb and second finger, watching it bounce off a boulder. Old tales of things remembered, maybe. Anyway, they are real enough. With her thumbs, she lifted her hair away from the back of her neck to cool it and closed her eyes. There are different kinds. Gray, green, red, and a few others, less common. The gray ones are the smallest, rather shy. The green are a lot bigger. The smartest and the biggest are the red ones. Some peoples of the Midlands keep the gray ones as pets and for hunting. No one keeps green ones. They're rather dumb and have bad tempers and can be quite dangerous. Her eyelids slid open, and she tilted her head to look up from under her arched eyebrows. The red ones are something altogether different. They will fry you and eat you in a blink, and they are smart. They eat people. Richard pressed the heels of his hands to his eyes and gave a groan. Only if they're hungry enough or angry enough. We wouldn't make much of a meal for them. When he took his hands away and opened his eyes, her green eyes were looking at him. The thing I don't understand is what Rahl was doing on one. Richard remembered the red thing in the sky that flew over him in the Upper Ven forest, just before he found Kalin. He tossed another pebble at the boulder. That must be how he covers so much territory. She shook her head slowly. No, I mean I don't understand why a red dragon would submit to it. They are fiercely independent, take no sides in human affairs. In fact, couldn't care less. They would rather die than be subjugated. And they would make a good fight of it, believe me. As I said, they have magic, and could deal even the one from Dahara quite a match, for a time anyway. Even if he threatened them with death from some of his own magic, they wouldn't care. They would rather die than be ruled. They would simply fight until they killed or were killed. She leaned a little toward him and lowered her voice meaningfully. The idea of one flying Rahl around on its back is very odd. It's impossible for me to imagine anyone ruling a red dragon. She watched him a moment, then straightened and picked at the lichen on a rock. Are these dragons a threat to us? He felt stupid asking if a dragon was dangerous. Not likely. I have only seen red ones up close a few times. Once I was walking on a road and one swooped down close in the field right next to me and grabbed 2 cows, carried them off, one in each claw. If we came upon one, a red one, and it was in a foul temper, I suppose it could be big trouble, but that is not very likely. We have already come upon a red one, he reminded her in a quiet voice, and it was big trouble. She didn't answer. By her expression, the memory obviously pained her as much as it did him. Well, there you two are, a stranger's voice called out. They both jumped. Richard sprang to his feet with his hand on the sword. Kalin was in a half-crouch, ready for anything. Sit, sit, the old man motioned with both hands as he walked down the path toward them. I didn't mean to give you a fright. His white beard shook when he laughed. It's just old John. Come looking for the two of you. Sit, sit. His large round belly jiggled under his dark brown robes as he laughed. White hair was parted neatly down the middle, and long curly eyebrows and drooping lids shaded his brown eyes. His jolly round face wrinkled with a wide smile as he waited. Kalin cautiously eased herself back down. Richard lowered himself part way to sit lightly on the rock he had been leaning against. He kept his hand on his sword. What do you mean you have been looking for us? Richard asked, in a not entirely friendly tone. My old friend, the wizard, sent me looking for you. Richard jumped back to his feet. Zed? Zed sent you? Old John held his stomach as he laughed. How many old wizards do you know, my boy? Of course, old Zed. He gripped his beard, pulling it a little as he peered at them with one eye. He had important business to attend to, but he needs you. Needs you with him now. So he came and asked me if I'd go get you. Had nothing better to do, so I told him I'd do it. He told me where I'd find you. Looks like he was right, as usual. Richard smiled at that. Well, how is he? Where is he? What's he want us for? Old John pulled a little harder on his beard, nodding and smiling. He told me you asked a lot of questions. He's just fine. Thing is, I don't know why he wants you. When old Zed's in a fret, you don't ask questions. You just do as he asks. So I did, and here I am. Where is he? How far? Richard was excited about seeing Zed again. Old John scratched his chin and leaned forward a little. Depends. How long you plan on standing there wagging your tongue? Richard grinned, then snatched up his pack, his weariness forgotten. Kaylin gave him one of her special tight-lipped smiles as they followed old John up a rocky trail. Richard let Kaylin walk ahead of him as he watched the surrounding woods. She had told him that they weren't far from the witch woman. He was excited about seeing Zed again. He hadn't realized how tense he had been, deep down inside, with worry about his old friend. He knew Addie would have taken good care of him, but she had made no promise that he would be all right. He hoped this meant Chase was well, too. He felt overwhelmed with cheer about seeing Zed again. He had so much to tell him, to ask him. His mind raced. So, he's all right, then? Richard called ahead to old John. He's recovered? He didn't lose any weight, did he? Zed can't afford to lose any weight. No, old John laughed without turning as he walked. He looks the same as always. Well, I hope he didn't eat you out of your larder. Not to worry, my boy. How much could one skinny old wizard eat? Richard smiled to himself. Zed might be all right, but he couldn't be fully recovered, or old John wouldn't have a scrap of food left. After a couple of hours during which they hurried to keep pace with old John, the woods became thicker, darker, the trees bigger and closer together. The trail was rocky, hard to walk over, especially at this pace. Calls of strange birds echoed from the murk. The three came to a fork in the trail. Old John took to the right without a pause and kept going. Kaylin followed him. Richard stopped, uncertain about something, but he couldn't quite seem to squeeze it out of the back of his mind. Every time he tried, he found himself thinking again of Zed. Kaylin heard him stop and turned, then walked back. Which way to the witch woman? He asked her. Left, Kaylin answered, a note of relief in her voice because the old man had gone right. She hooked a thumb under the front of her pack's shoulder strap and pointed with her chin to several stark spines of rock he could just see through the upper branches of the trees. Those are some of the peaks that surround Agadan Reach. The snow-covered caps shone brightly in the high, thin air. He had never seen such inhospitable-looking mountains. Ring of thorns, indeed.
Page 309. Richard looked off down the left trail. It looked to be little traveled and disappeared quickly into the thick forest. Old John stopped and turned, his hands on his hips. You two coming? Richard looked back down the left trail. They had to get the last box before Raoul did. Even if Zed needed them, they had to find out where the box was. That was his first duty. Do you think Zed could wait? Old John shrugged, then pulled on his beard. Don't know, but he wouldn't have sent me if it wasn't important. It's up to you, my boy, but Zed is this way. Richard wished he didn't have to make this decision. He wished he knew if Zed could wait. He wished he knew what Zed wanted. Stop wishing and start thinking, he told himself. He frowned up at the old man. How far? Old John looked up at the late afternoon sun off through the trees as he tugged some more on his beard. If we don't stop early and don't sleep late, we'll be there by midday tomorrow. He looked back to Richard, waiting. Kaylin said nothing, but he knew what she was thinking. She would rather not go anywhere near Shota, and even if they went to Zed first, it wasn't that far. They could always come back if they had to. And maybe Zed knew where the box was. Maybe he even had the last box, and they wouldn't have to go into Agadan Reach. It made more sense to go after Zed. That was what she would say. You're right, he said to her. She looked confused. I said nothing. Richard gave her a big grin. I could hear you thinking. You're right. We'll go with old John. I didn't know my thoughts were that loud, she muttered. If we don't stop at all, he called up to old John, we could be there before morning. I'm an old man, he complained, then sighed loudly. But I know how anxious you are, and I know how badly he needs you. He wagged his finger at Richard.
We should have listened when Zed warned me about you.
Richard laughed a little as he let Kaylin walk ahead of him. She strode fast to catch up with the old man, who was already on his way. He watched her absently as she walked, watched as she pulled a spiderweb off her face, spit some of it out of her mouth. Something nagged at him. Something was wrong. He wished he could figure out what it was. He tried for a minute, but all he could think about was Zed, how much he wanted to see him again, how he couldn't wait to talk to him. He ignored the feeling that there were eyes watching him. "Mostly, I miss my brother," she said to her doll. She looked away. "They said he died," she confided softly. Rachel had been telling her doll her troubles for most of the day, all her troubles she could think of. When she got tears, the doll said she loved her, and it made her feel good. Sometimes it made her laugh. Rachel put another small stick in the fire. It felt so good to be able to get warm and have light. But she kept the fire small, just like Giller had told her. The fire kept her from being so afraid in the woods, especially at night. It would be night again soon. Sometimes there were noises in the woods at night that made her scared, made her cry. But being out here in the lonely woods was still better than being locked in the box. "That was when I lived in that place I told you about, with the other children, before the Queen came and picked me. I liked it there a lot better than living with the princess. They were nice to me there." She looked over at the doll to see if she was listening. "There was a man, Brophy, who came sometimes. People said mean things about him, but he was nice to us children. He was nice like Giller. He gave me a doll, too, but the Queen wouldn't let me take it with me when I went to live at the castle. I didn't care, though, because I was so sad my brother died. I heard some people say he got murdered. I know that means he got killed. Why do people kill children?" The doll just smiled. Rachel smiled back. She thought about the new little boy she had seen the Queen having locked up. He talked funny and looked funny, but his presence still had reminded her of her brother. That was because he seemed so afraid. Her brother was always getting afraid, too. Rachel could always tell when her brother was getting afraid because he would fidget and squirm. She felt so sorry for the new boy. She wished she was important so she could help him. Rachel put her hands toward the fire to warm them for a minute, then stuck one in her pocket. She was hungry. A few berries were all she had been able to find to eat. She held a big one out, offering it to her doll. The doll didn't seem hungry, so she ate it herself, then a handful more, until they were gone. She was still hungry, but she didn't want to look for more. The place where they grew wasn't close, and it was getting dark. She didn't want to be out in the woods when it was dark. She wanted to be in her wayward pine with her doll, by the warm fire, by the light. "Maybe the Queen will be nicer when she gets her alliance, whatever that is. That's all she talks about, how she wants her alliance. Maybe she'll be happier then, and won't say to chop off people's heads. The princess makes me go with her, you know, but I don't like to watch. I close my eyes. Now even Princess Violet says to chop off people's heads. She gets meaner every day. Now I'm afraid that she'll say to chop off my head. I wish I could run away." She looked over at her doll. "I wish I could run away and never come back, and I'd take you with me." The doll smiled. "I love you, Rachel." She picked up the doll and gave it a long hug, then kissed it on its head. "But if we run away, Princess Violet would send the guards to find me, and then she would throw you in the fire. I don't want her to throw you in the fire. I love you." "I love you, Rachel." Rachel hugged her doll tight and crawled into the hay with the doll next to her. Tomorrow she had to go back, and the princess would be mean to her some more. She had to leave her doll when she went back, she knew, or it would get thrown in the fire. "You're the bestest friend I ever had, you and Giller." "I love you, Rachel." She started to worry what would happen to her doll, all alone here in the wayward pine. The doll would be lonely. What if the princess never sent her out again? What if she somehow found out that she wanted to be sent out and kept her in the castle just to be mean? "Do you know what I should do?" she asked the doll as she looked up at the firelight flickering on the dark branches inside the tree. "Help Giller," the doll said. She rolled over on one elbow and looked at the doll. "Help Giller?" The doll nodded. "Help Giller."
Rays from the setting sun ahead reflected off the layer of leaves, making the path bright and shiny between the dark mass of woods to each side. Richard could hear Caelan's boots scuffing across rocks hidden under the colorful mat. A light scent of rot was in the air, fallen leaves beginning to decompose in the low, damp places and the thick piles in the laps of rocks where the wind had collected them. Even though it was getting cold, neither Richard nor Caelan wore their cloaks, being warm from the exertion of the pace old John was setting. Richard kept trying to think about Zed, but his train of thought was constantly being interrupted by having to lope to keep up. The realization that he was getting winded finally made him push Zed from his mind. But one thought wouldn't leave him. Something didn't feel right. At last, he allowed that caution to blossom in his mind. How could an old man be out walking like this, yet look fresh and relaxed? Richard felt his forehead, wondering if he was sick or had a fever. He did feel hot. Maybe he wasn't well. Maybe there was something wrong with him. They had been pushing hard for days, but not this hard. No, he felt fine, simply winded. For a while, he watched Caelan walking ahead of him. She, too, was having difficulty keeping up. She pulled another spiderweb off her face, then trotted to keep up. He could see that, like him, she was breathing hard. For some reason, Richard's caution was igniting into foreboding. He caught a brief glimpse of something off to the left in the woods, keeping pace. Just a small animal, he thought, but it looked like something with long arms skittering along the ground. Then it was gone. His mouth felt dry. It must just be his imagination, he told himself. He turned his attention back to old John. The path was wide in some places, narrow in others, with branches that reached in tight. When Caelan and Richard went past, they both sometimes brushed against them, or simply pushed them out of the way. Not the old man. He stayed to the center of the trail, avoiding any errant limbs, his arms clutching his cloak tightly to him. Richard's eye was caught by the strands of a spiderweb, glistening golden in the setting sun, stretched across the path in front of Caelan. The web parted against her upper leg when she walked through it. The sweat on his face instantly turned ice cold against his skin. How could old John not have broken the web? He looked up and saw a branch, its tip sticking out in the path. The old man skirted it, but not the tip. The tip passed through his arm as it would pass through smoke. Breathing faster, he glanced down at the footprints Caelan made through an open patch of soft ground. There were none from old John. Richard's left hand shot forward, seized a fistful of Caelan's shirt, and yanked her behind him, causing her to cry out in surprise. He tossed her backward as his right hand pulled the sword free. Old John stopped and half turned at the sound of the sword's ringing. "What is it, my boy? See something?" His voice came like the hiss of a snake. Indeed. Richard gripped the sword in both hands, his legs set in a defensive stance, his chest heaving. He felt the anger flooding his fear. How is it that you don't break spider webs when you walk through them or leave footprints? Old John gave a slow, sly smile, appraising him with one eye. "Did you not expect that an old friend of a wizard would have special talents?" "Maybe," Richard said, his eyes darting left and right, checking. "But tell me, old John, what is your old friend's name?" "Why, it's Zed." His eyebrows lifted. "How else would I know if he weren't my old friend?" His cloak was pulled tightly around him. His head had sunken into his shoulders. "I'm the one who foolishly told you his name was Zed. Now, you tell me your old friend's last name." Old John watched him with a dark frown, his eyes moving slowly, appraising, measuring. Eyes of an animal. With a sudden roar that made Richard flinch, the old man turned, his cloak flinging open. In the time it took to complete the turn, he mushroomed to twice his previous size. An impossible nightmare came to life, fur and claws and fangs where an old man had been an instant before. A creature of snarl and snap. Richard gasped as he looked up at the gaping maw of the beast. It roared and abruptly took a giant step forward. Richard took 3 back. He gripped the sword so hard it hurt.
The woods echoed with the ear-splitting cry of the thing, deep, savage, vicious. The mouth stretched wide with each roar. It leaned over him, deep-set red eyes glowing, snapping its huge teeth. Richard urgently backed up, retreating behind the sword. He took a quick glance, but didn't see Kalin behind him. All at once it came for him. Richard didn't have a chance to swing the sword. He tripped on a root, falling backwards, sprawling across the ground. He couldn't get his breath. Instinctively, he brought the sword up to impale the thing, expecting it to fall on him. Sharp, wet teeth reached over the sword, snapping viciously at his face. He drove the sword up, but the beast stayed clear. Furious red eyes glared at the sword. It backed away and looked toward the woods to its right, its ears laid back as it snarled at something. It picked up a rock twice the size of Richard's head, put its blunt snout high in the air, took a deep breath, and with a roar squeezed the rock in its claw. Corded muscles tightened. The rock split with a loud crack that reverberated through the forest. Dust and flakes of rock filled the air. The beast looked about, turned, and swiftly slipped into the trees. Richard lay on his back, panting, watching the woods with wide eyes, expecting the beast to reappear. He called out Kalin's name. She didn't answer. Before he could scramble fully to his feet, something ashen with long arms leapt on him, knocking him to his back again. It screamed with rage. Powerful, gnarled hands gripped his, trying to pry the sword from his grip. One of the arms backhanded him across the jaw, nearly slamming him senseless. Bloodless white lips curled back, exposing sharp teeth as it howled. Bulging yellow eyes snatched glances back at him. It tried desperately to kick his face. Richard held onto the sword with all his strength, trying to twist away from the painful grip of the long fingers.
"My sword," it snarled. Give me my sword."
Locked desperately together, the two of them rolled across the ground, leaves and sticks flying. One of the powerful hands reached back, grabbing Richard by the hair, whacking his head on the ground, aiming for a rock. With a grunt, suddenly it reached again for the hilt, pulling one of Richard's sweating hands from the sword, slapping its own hand to the hilt with Richard's other. Its shrill screams split the forest quiet. Sinewy fingers started clawing his left hand off the hilt, sharp nails dug into his flesh. Richard knew he was losing. The wiry little creature, despite its size, was stronger than he was. He had to do something or he would soon lose the sword.
"Gimme,"
it hissed, in a flash turning its pallid head back to his, snapping, trying to bite his face. Spaces between its teeth were packed with spongy gray debris. Its heavy breath reeked of rot. The hairless, waxy head had dark splotches. The next time they rolled across the ground, Richard desperately reached to his belt and pulled his knife. In a rush, he had it to the folds of the thing's neck.
"Please," it howled. "No kill, no kill."
"Then let go of the sword, now." The thing, slowly, reluctantly, released its grip. Richard was on his back, the putrid-smelling creature on his chest. It went limp against him.
"Please no kill me,"
it repeated in a whimper. Richard untangled himself from the disgusting creature, laying it on its back. He put the point of the sword hard against its chest. Its yellow eyes went wide. The anger from the sword, which had somehow seemed confused and lost, at last charged into him. "If I even think you're about to do something I don't like," Richard jabbed, "I'll push. Understand?" It nodded vigorously. Richard leaned closer. "Where did your friend go?"
"Friend?"
"That big thing that almost had me before you did."
"The calthrop, not friend," it whined. "Lucky man. Calthrop kills at night. Was waiting till night to kill you. It has power in the night. Lucky man."
"I don't believe you. You were with it."
"No,"
it winced.
"I only followed till it kills you."
"Why?" Bulging eyes went to the sword.
"My sword. Gimme, please."
"No." Richard looked around for Kalin. Her pack lay on the ground a short distance behind him, but he didn't see her. Suddenly, Richard was cold with worry. His eyes swept the area in quick jerks. He knew the calthrop didn't have her. It had gone into the woods alone. He continued to hold the point of the sword against the creature on the ground while he yelled out her name, hoping she would return his desperate calls. No answer.
Mistress has the pretty lady.
Richard's face snapped back to the yellow eyes. What are you talking about?
Mistress, she took pretty lady.
Richard pushed the sword harder, indicating that he wanted to hear more, and right now.
We were following you, watching the calthrop play with you to see what would happen.
His bulging yellow eyes went to the sword again. To steal the sword, Richard glared.
Not steal. Mine. Gimme.
Its hand started to go for it again until Richard pushed the sword a little, making the creature freeze. Who's your mistress?
Mistress.
It shook, pleading for rescue.
Mistress is Shota.
Richard's head twitched back a little. Your mistress is the witch woman Shota? The creature nodded vigorously. His hand tightened on the hilt. Why did she take the pretty lady?
Don't know. Maybe to play with her. Maybe to kill her.
The thing peered up at him.
Maybe to get you.
Turn over, Richard said. The creature cringed. Turn over or I'll run you through. It flipped over, trembling. Richard leaned his boot into the small of its back, below the sharp, raised projections of its spine. He reached in his pack, pulling out a length of rope. He ran a loop with a slip knot around its neck. Do you have a name?
Companion. I am Mistress's companion, Samuel.
Richard pulled him to his feet. Leaves stuck to the gray skin of his chest. Well, Samuel, we're going after your mistress. You're going to lead the way. If you make one wrong move, I'll snap your neck with this rope. Understand? Samuel nodded quickly. Then, giving a sidelong glance at the rope, nodded slowly.
Agadan reach, companion take you there. No kill me?
If you take me there to your mistress, and if the pretty lady is all right, I won't kill you. Richard put tension to the rope to let Samuel know who was in charge, then put away the sword. Here, you carry the pretty lady's pack. Samuel snatched the pack out of Richard's hands.
Mine! Gimme!
Big hands started rummaging through it. Richard gave a sharp tug on the rope. That doesn't belong to you. Keep your hands out of it. Bulging yellow eyes, filled with hate, looked up at him.
When mistress kills you, then Samuel eats you.
If I don't eat you first, Richard sneered. I'm pretty hungry. Maybe I'll have a little Samuel stew along the way. The look of hate changed to a look of wide, yellow-eyed terror.
Please, no kill me. Samuel, take you to mistress, to pretty lady. Promise.
He put the pack to his shoulder and took a few steps until he ran out of slack.
Follow Samuel. Hurry,
he said, wanting to prove his worth alive.
No cook, Samuel, please,
he muttered over and over as they went back down the trail. Richard couldn't begin to imagine what sort of creature Samuel was. There was something familiar, unsettling about him. He wasn't very tall, but he was powerfully strong. Richard's jaw still throbbed from where Samuel had hit him, and his neck and head ached from having his head pounded on the ground. Long arms nearly reached the ground as Samuel walked along in an odd waddle, muttering over and over that he didn't want to be cooked. Short, dark pants held up with straps were all he wore. His feet were as disproportionately large as his hands and arms. His belly was round and full with what, Richard could only wonder. There was no hair on him anywhere, and his skin looked as if it hadn't been in the sunlight in years. From time to time, Samuel would snatch up a stick or a rock and say,
Mine! Gimme!
to no one in particular, only to soon lose interest and drop his latest find. Keeping a sharp eye on both the woods and Samuel, Richard followed the companion, prodding him to move faster. He was afraid for Kalin, and he was furious at himself. Old John, or the Calthrop, or whatever it was, had completely taken him in. He couldn't believe how stupid he had been. He had fallen for the story because he had wanted to believe, had wanted so badly to see Zed. The very thing he had always told others not to do. And there he was, giving the monster the information it then repeated back to him as proof. He was furious at how stupid he had been. He was also painfully ashamed. People believe things because they want to, he had told Kalin, and so had he, and now the witch woman had her.
The very thing she had been so afraid of, and because he had been so stupid, had let his guard down. It seemed that every time he let his guard down, she was the one who paid the price. If the witch woman harmed Kalin, she would find out what the wrath of a seeker was all about, he vowed to himself. Once again, he reprimanded himself. He was letting his imagination get away from him. If Shota wanted to kill her, she would have done so on the spot. She wouldn't be taking her back to Agaden Reach. But why take her back to the Reach? Unless, as Samuel put it, she wanted to play with her. Richard tried to put that thought out of his mind. It had to be him she wanted, not Kalin. That was probably why the Calthrop left so quickly. The witch woman had scared it off. When they reached the fork they had passed before, Samuel took them immediately down the left path. It was getting dark, but the companion didn't slow. The trail started climbing up steep switchbacks, and soon they were out of the trees, onto an open trail across the rock, climbing steadily toward the jagged, snow-covered peaks. In the moonlit snow, Richard could see 2 sets of footprints, one of them Kalin's. A good sign, he thought. She was still alive. It didn't look like Shota intended to kill her, at least not right away. Skirting the bottom of the snowcaps, the path led over the bottom fringes of the snow, which was wet, heavy, and hard to walk through. Without Samuel leading the way, knowing where this pass was, Richard realized it would take days to make it over these peaks. The cold wind whipped through the gaps in the rock, pulling away long, thin clouds of their breath in the frigid air. Samuel was shivering. Richard put on his cloak, then pulled Kalin's out of the pack Samuel was carrying. "This belongs to the pretty lady. You may wear it for now to keep warm." Samuel snatched the cloak out of his hands.
Mine! Gimme!
"If you're going to be like that, then I won't let you wear it." Richard pulled the rope taut and yanked the cloak back.
Please, Samuel Cold, he whined. Please, wear the pretty lady's cloak.
Richard handed it back. This time the companion took it slowly and put it around his shoulders. The little creature made Richard's skin crawl. He took out a piece of tava bread and ate it as they walked along. Samuel kept looking over his shoulder, watching Richard eat. When he could stand it no longer, Richard offered Samuel a piece. The big hands reached out.
Mine! Gimme!
Richard pulled the bread back out of reach. Pleading yellow eyes looked up at him in the moonlight.
Please.
Richard carefully put the bread into his eager hands. Samuel made small talk as they trudged through the snow. He had eaten the bread in one bite. Richard knew if given the chance, Samuel would slit his throat without a second thought. He seemed to be a creature devoid of any redeeming qualities. "Samuel, why does Shota keep you around?" He looked back over his shoulder, his yellow eyes set in a puzzled frown.
Samuel, companion.
"And won't your mistress be angry with you for leading me to her?" Samuel made a gurgling sound that Richard took for laughter.
Mistress not afraid of seeker.
Near dawn, at the edge of a descent into a dark wood, Samuel's long arm pointed downward.
Agaden Reach,
he gurgled. He looked back over his shoulder with a taunting grin.
Mistress.
The heat was oppressive in the wood. Richard took off his cloak and put it in his pack, then stuffed Kalin's back in hers. Samuel watched without protest. He seemed happy, confident to be back in the Reach. Richard pretended he could see where they were going, not wanting to give the companion any idea that he was almost blind in the thick darkness. Richard let himself be guided along by the rope like a blind man. Samuel loped along as if it were bright as midday. Whenever he turned his hairless head back to Richard, his yellow eyes shone like twin lanterns. As the light of dawn slowly suffused the wood, Richard could begin to see large trees all about, trailers of moss wafting down, boggy patches with vapor rising from the black, murky water, pairs of eyes that watched and blinked from the shadows. Hollow calls echoed through the mist and vapor as he stepped carefully over the tangle of roots. The place reminded him a little of the Scow Swamp. It smelled just as rank. "How much farther?"
"Close," Samuel grinned.
Richard took up the slack on the rope. "Just remember, if anything goes wrong, you die first." The grin faded from the bloodless lips. Here and there in the mud, Richard could see the same pair of footprints that he had seen in the snow. Caelan was still walking. Dark forms followed, keeping to the shadows, the thick brush, sometimes letting out whoops and howls. Richard wondered and worried if they were more things like Samuel, or worse. Some followed in the treetops just beyond sight. Despite his best efforts to halt it, a shiver went up his spine. Samuel skirted off the path around the twisted roots of a squat, fat-trunked tree. "What are you doing?" Richard asked, pulling the companion to a halt. Samuel grinned back at him. "Watch!" He picked up a stout stick, big as his wrist, and threw it with an underhand swing into the roots of the tree. The roots whipped out, knotting around the stick, pulling it under the tangled mass. Richard heard it snapping apart. Samuel gurgled with laughter. As the sun climbed higher, the woods of Agaden Reach seemed to become even darker. Dead branches twisted together overhead, and mist occasionally drifted across their way. At times, Richard couldn't even see Samuel on the other end of the wet rope. But always he could hear things, scratching, clawing, whistling, things clicking at them from just out of sight. Sometimes the mist twirled and spun at the passing of creatures darting by, near but unseen. Richard remembered what Caelan had said. They were going to die. He tried to put the thought out of his head. She had told him she had never met the witch woman, only heard others speak of her. But what she had heard had terrified her. Those who went in never came out. Not even a wizard would go into Agaden Reach, she had said. But still, it was second-hand knowledge. She hadn't ever met Shota. Maybe the stories were exaggerated. His eyes scanned the menacing, forbidding woods. And maybe not. From ahead, through the tangled mass of trees, came light, sunlight, and the sound of rushing water. The farther they went, the brighter it became. Soon they reached the edge of the dark wood. The trail simply ended. Samuel gurgled with glee. Spread out far below was a long valley, green, bright, lit by the sun. Gigantic rocky peaks soared almost straight up all around it. Fields of golden grasses, among stands of oak, beech, and maple, set in rich autumn colors, rippled in the breeze. In the dark forest where they stood, it felt like standing in night, looking out on day. Water tumbled off the rocks beside them, down the vertical drop, disappearing soundlessly through the air until it reached the clear pools and streams below, where it made a distant roar and a hiss. Spray drifted up past them, wetting their faces. Samuel pointed down into the valley. "Mistress." Richard nodded and had him move on. Samuel led him through a labyrinth of brush, tight trees, and fern-covered boulders to a place Richard would never have found without his little guide. A trail hidden behind rocks and vines at the edge of the precipice, leading down the wall of the valley. As they descended, the trail offered panoramic views of the beautiful country below, the trees looking small in patches over the gentle hills, the streams meandering among the fields and banks, the sky a bright blue overhead. In the center of it all, set among a carpet of grand trees, was a beautiful palace of breathtaking grace and splendor. Delicate spires stretched into the air. Wispy bridges spanned the high gaps between towers. Stairs spiraled around turrets. Colorful flags and streamers atop every point snapped lightly and flew lazily in the wind. The magnificent palace seemed to be reaching joyously to the sky. Richard stood silent for a moment, mouth agape, staring, hardly able to believe what he was seeing. He loved his home of Heartland, but there was no place there to compare to this. This was quite simply the most beautiful place he had ever seen. He never would have imagined that a vision of such exquisite loveliness even existed. The two of them started off again down the valley's edge. In places there were steps, thousands of them, cut from the stone of the wall, twisting, tunneling, and turning downward, sometimes spiraling back on themselves, going underneath the ones above. Samuel sprang down them as if he had done it 1,000 times before. He was obviously thrilled to be home again, near the protection of his mistress. At the bottom, in the sunlight, a road led off through the tree-dotted hills and warm grass fields. Samuel bounded along in his odd gait, gurgling to himself. Richard took in the slack once in a while to remind him who still held the other end of the rope. As they crossed the valley floor, following a clear stream for a time, moving ever closer to the palace, the trees became a little thicker, closer together, each a magnificent specimen, shading road or field from the bright sun. The road took them gently uphill. At the top of a rise, the trees seemed as if they were gathered, sheltering, surrounding a place before them. Richard could see the spires of the palace off through the branches ahead. They entered a shady, still, enveloping cathedral of trees. Richard could hear the gentle sound of water running through mossy rock. Hazy streamers of sunlight penetrated the quiet, muted area. There was the sweet smell of grass and leaves. Samuel's arm stretched out. Richard looked where he pointed, to the center of the open, sheltered place. There sat a rock. Water bubbling up from a spring in its center ran down the sides into a little stream dotted with rich green, mossy rocks. A woman in a long white dress, soft brown hair, with her back to him, sat on the edge of the rock in the dappled sunlight, running her fingers through the clear water. Even from the back, she looked somehow familiar.
"Mistress,"
Samuel said, glassy-eyed. He pointed again off to the side of the road closer to them.
"Pretty lady."
Richard could see Kaylin standing stiffly. There was something odd about her. Something was on her, moving. Samuel turned his blotchy head back, pointed a long gray finger at the rope. He looked up at Richard with one yellow eye.
"Seeker promises,"
he said in a low growl. Richard untied the rope, took Kaylin's pack off the companion's shoulder, and laid it on the ground. Samuel curled his bloodless lips up at Richard, hissing, then abruptly skittered off into the shadows, sitting in a squat to watch. Richard swallowed hard as he walked to Kaylin, a tight knot in his stomach. With a jolt, he saw at last what it was that was moving on her. Snakes. Kaylin was covered by a writhing mass of snakes. The ones he recognized were all poisonous. Big fat ones were wrapped around her legs, one coiled tightly around her waist, constricting. Others were wrapped around her arms, which hung at her sides. Small snakes squiggled, tunneling through her thick hair, flicking their tongues out. Others curled around her neck. Still more slithered down the front of her shirt, poking their heads out between the buttons. He struggled to control his breathing as he approached her. His heart was pounding. Tears ran down Kaylin's cheeks, and she shook the slightest bit. "Be still," he said in a quiet voice. "I'll get them off." "No," she whispered back. Her eyes, wide with panic, met his. "If you touch them, or if I move, they will bite me." "It's all right," he tried to reassure her. "I'll get you out of this." "Richard," she said in a pleading whisper, "I'm dead. Leave me. Get out of here. Run." He felt as if an invisible hand were constricting his throat. In her eyes, he could see how she was struggling to control her panic. He tried to look as calm as he could to hearten her. "I'm not leaving you," he breathed. "Please, Richard," she whispered hoarsely. "For me, before it's too late. Run." A thin, poisonous, banded viper, its tail coiled in her hair, dropped its head down in front of her face. The red tongue flicked at her. Kaylin closed her eyes, and another tear ran down her cheek. The snake wriggled around the side of her face, down over her collarbone. The banded body disappeared into her shirt. She gave out the slightest whimper. "I'm going to die. You can't save me now. Please, Richard, save yourself. Please. Run. Run while you still have a chance." Richard was afraid she would move deliberately to be bitten to try to save him, thinking he then would have no reason to stay. He had to convince her that that would do no good. He gave her a sober look. "No. I came here to find out where the box is. I'm not leaving until I know. Now be still." She opened her eyes wide at what the snake was doing in her shirt. She bit her bottom lip hard. Her eyebrows wrinkled together. Richard swallowed back dryness in his mouth. "Kaylin, just hold on. Try to think of something else." In a rage, he strode over to the woman sitting on the rock with her back still to him. Something inside warned him not to pull the sword, but he could not, would not, hold back his anger at what she was doing to Kaylin. he breathed through gritted teeth. When he reached her, she stood and gently turned to him, speaking his name in a voice he recognized. His heart leapt into his throat when he saw the face that matched the voice. Chapter 31. It was his mother. Richard felt as if a bolt of lightning had struck him. His whole body went rigid. His rage flinched, and the anger dropped its grip from him, recoiling at the idea of lethal intent and his mother in the same mental image. "Richard," she smiled sadly at him, showing in that smile how much she loved and missed him. His mind raced, trying to grasp what was happening, unable to fit what he was seeing with what he knew. This couldn't be. It was simply impossible. "Mother?" he breathed in a whisper. Arms he knew, remembered, slipped around him, comforted him, brought tears to his eyes, a lump in his throat. "Oh, Richard," she said soothingly, "how I've missed you." She ran her fingers through his hair, gentling him. "How I've missed you so." Reeling, he fought to regain control of his emotions. He struggled to focus his mind on Kaylin. He couldn't let her down again, let himself be fooled again. She was in this trouble because he had allowed himself to be fooled. This wasn't his mother. It was Shota, a witch woman. But what if he was somehow wrong? "Richard, why have you come to me?" Richard put his hands on her small shoulders, gently pushing her back a little. Her hands slipped to his waist, squeezing with familiar affection. She was not his mother, he forced himself to say in his mind. She was a witch woman who knew where the last box of Orden was, and he had to know the answer to that. But why would she be doing this? And what if he was wrong? Could this somehow be true? His finger went to the little scar above her left eyebrow, tracing the familiar bump. A scar he had put there. He had been at swordplay with Michael, with their wooden swords, and had just jumped off the bed, taking a foolish and wild swing at his older brother, when his mother came through the door. His sword had caught her across the forehead. Her cry had terrified him. Even the whipping his father had given him didn't hurt as much as the thought of what he had done to his mother. His father had sent him to bed without supper, and that night, when it was dark, she had come to sit on the side of his bed, run her fingers through his hair as he cried. He had sat up and asked her if it hurt a lot. She had smiled at him and said, "Not as much as it hurts you," the woman in front of him whispered. Richard's eyes went wide. Bumps ran up his arms. "How do you—" "Richard!" came an even, cautioning voice from behind him, jolting him again. "Stand away from her!" It was Zed's voice. His mother's hand cupped the side of his face. He ignored it and turned his head, looking back up the road to the top of the rise. It was Zed, or at least he thought it was Zed. It looked just like Zed, but then this looked just like his mother. Zed was standing there with a look he recognized, a look of cold danger, warning. "Richard," came Zed's voice again. "Do as I say. Stand away from her, now." "Please, Richard," his mother breathed. "Don't leave me. Don't you know me?" Richard turned to her soft face. "Yes, you are Shota." He took her wrists, pulled her hands from his waist, and stepped back from her. Near tears, she watched him move away. Suddenly, she spun toward the wizard. Her hands snapped up. With an ear-splitting crack, blue lightning erupted from her fingers, streaking toward Zed. The wizard's hands instantly brought up a shield, like glass, reflecting light in its gloss. The lightning from Shota hit it with a thunderous peal and glanced off, striking a huge oak, snapping its trunk in a shower of splinters. The tree crashed to earth. The ground shuddered. Zed's hands were already up. Wizard's fire shot from his curled fingers. It shrieked as it came, tumbling through the air with howling fury. "No!" Richard screamed. The ball of liquid flame harshly illuminated the shady area with intense blue and yellow light. He couldn't let this happen. Shota was the only way to find the box, the only way to stop Rahl. The fire wailed as it expanded, heading right for Shota. She stood motionless. "No!" Richard yanked the sword free and jumped in front of her. Gripping the hilt in one hand, the point in the other, With arms locked, he held it up horizontally in front of himself as a shield. The magic raced through him. Wrath took him. The fire was upon him. The roar filled his ears. He turned his face, closed his eyes, held his breath, gritted his teeth, fully expecting that he might die. But there was no choice. The witch woman was their only chance. He couldn't let her be killed. The impact staggered him back a step. He felt the heat. Even with his eyes tightly closed, he could see the light. The wizard's fire wailed in rage as it struck the sword, exploding around him. And then there was silence. He opened his eyes. The wizard's fire was gone. Zed wasted no time. Already he was throwing a handful of magic dust. It sparkled as it came. Richard saw something coming from behind him, magic dust from the witch woman. It shimmered like ice crystals, taking the sparkle from Zed's dust and slammed into him. Zed stood frozen, unmoving, one hand in the air. "Zed!" There was no reply. Richard spun to the witch woman. She was no longer his mother. Shota wore a wispy dress with variegated shades of gray across its gauzy surface, its folds and loose points floating in the light breeze. Her full, thick hair was a wavy auburn, her smooth skin flawless. Almond eyes shone up at him. She was as beautiful as the palace that stood behind her, the valley around her. She was so attractive it almost took his breath away, and would have, were it not for the rage he was feeling. "My hero," she said, in a voice that was no longer his mother's, but silky, clear, easy. A sly smile came to her full lips. "Totally unnecessary, but it's the thought that counts. I am impressed." "And who is this supposed to be? Another vision from my mind, or is this the real Shota?" Richard was enraged. He recognized all too well the anger from the sword, but decided to keep the weapon out. Her smile widened. "Are those clothes really you?" she teased. "Or are they something you wear for a time to serve a purpose?" "What's the purpose of who you are now?" Her eyebrow lifted. "Why, to please you, Richard, that's all." "With some illusion." "No." Her voice softened. "This is no illusion. It's the way I appear to myself, most of the time anyway. This is real." Richard ignored her answer, pointing up the road with the sword. "What have you done to Zed?" She shrugged, looking away with a demure smile. "Merely prevented him from harming me. He is all right. For the moment, anyway." Almond eyes sparkled up from under her eyebrows. "I will kill him later, after you and I have talked." His grip on the sword tightened. "And Kalen?" Shota redirected her gaze to Kalen, who stood still, pale, her mouth trembling. Her eyes locked on Shota's every move. Richard knew Kalen feared this woman more than she feared the snakes. Shota frowned. Then it melted back into her coy smile as she returned her gaze to him. "She is a very dangerous woman." Her eyes flashed with knowing that went well beyond the years she appeared to be. "More dangerous than even she knows. I have to protect myself from her." She shrugged again, deftly catching the corner of a floating wisp of her dress. When she did, the rest of the dress settled down, as if the breeze had died. "So I did that to keep her still. If she moves, they will bite her. If she doesn't, they won't." Shota thought a moment. "I will kill her later, too." Her voice seemed too gentle, too pleasant for the words she spoke. Richard considered using the sword to take off the witch woman's head. His rage demanded it. He visualized it powerfully in his mind, hoping Shota could see it too. Then he put the fury down a little, but still at the ready. "And me? Are you not afraid of me?" Shota gave a little laugh, a smile. "A seeker?" Her fingers went to her lips as if to try to hide her amusement. "No, I don't think so." Richard could barely contain himself. "Perhaps you should be." "Perhaps. Perhaps in normal times, but these are not normal times. Otherwise, why would you be here? To kill me? You have just saved me." She gave him a look that said he should be ashamed of himself for saying something so stupid, then walked around him one full turn. He turned with her, keeping the sword between them, although she seemed unconcerned by it. These are times that demand strange alliances, Richard. Only the strong are wise enough to recognize this. She stopped, folded her arms, appraising him with a thoughtful smile. My hero. Why, I can't remember the last time anyone thought to save my life. She leaned toward him. Very gallant. It truly was. She slipped an arm around his waist. Richard wanted to stop her, but somehow he didn't. Don't flatter yourself. I had my motives. He found her easy manner unnerving and fiercely attractive. He knew he had no reason to feel attracted to her. She had just said she was going to kill his two best friends, and by Kalen's manner he knew it was no vain boast. Worse, he had the sword out, the sword's anger out. He realized that even its magic was being bewitched. He felt as if he were drowning, and to his surprise was finding the experience pleasant. Her smile widened, making her almond eyes sparkle. As I said, only the strong are wise enough for the alliances needed. The wizard wasn't wise enough. He tried to kill me. She isn't wise enough. She would also. She didn't even want to come here. Only you were wise enough to see that these times demand an alliance such as ours. Richard struggled to maintain a level of outrage. I make no alliances with those who would kill my friends. Even if they tried to kill me first? Have I no right to defend myself? Am I to lay down and die because it's your friends who would do the killing, Richard? She said, shaking her head with a frown and a smile. Think about what you are saying. Look at it from my eyes. He thought about it, but said nothing. She gave his waist an affectionate squeeze. But you were very gallant. You, my hero, have done a very rare thing. You have put your life at risk for me, a witch woman. That kind of thing does not go unrewarded. You have earned a wish. Anything you want. Simply name it, and it will be granted. With her free hand, she made gliding motions in the air. Anything. On my word. Richard started to open his mouth, and Shota put a finger gently to his lips, her warm body, firm beneath the thin dress, pressed against him. Don't spoil my opinion of you by answering too quickly. You may have anything you want. Don't waste the wish. Think it over carefully before you ask. It's an important wish, offered for a reason, and perhaps the most important wish you will ever have. Haste could mean death. Richard was seething in spite of how strangely attracted he was to this woman. I don't have to think it over. My wish is for you not to kill my friends, to leave them unharmed and let them go. Shota sighed. I'm afraid that would complicate things. Oh? So your word means nothing? She gave him a reproachful glare. Her voice had a hint of harshness to it. My word means everything. I simply want you to know it would complicate matters. You came here for the answer to an important question. You have a wish coming. You have merely to ask the question as your wish, and I will grant it. Isn't that what you really want? Ask yourself what's more important. How many will die if you fail in your duty? She squeezed his waist again, her beautiful smile returning. Richard, the sword is confusing you. The magic is interfering with your judgment. Put it away, then think again. If you are wise, you will heed my warning. It is not without reason. Richard angrily thrust the sword back into its scabbard to show her he wouldn't change his mind. He looked back at Zed, standing frozen in place. He looked over at Kalen, snakes writhing all over her. When their eyes met, his heart ached for her. He knew what Kalen wanted him to do. He could see it in her eyes. She wanted him to use the wish to find the box. Richard turned away from her, unable to witness her torment another moment. He regarded Shota with determination. I've put the sword away, Shota. It changes nothing. You are going to answer my question anyway. Your life, too, depends upon my knowing the answer. You have as much admitted it. I'm not wasting my wish. To use it to get an answer you already intend to give me would be a waste of my friends' lives. Now grant my wish. Shota regarded him with ancient eyes. Dear Richard, she said softly, a seeker needs his anger, but don't let it fill your head to the exclusion of wisdom. Do not judge too quickly actions you do not fully understand. Not all acts are as they seem. Some are meant to save you. Her hand came up slowly to the side of his face, reminding him again of his mother. Her gentleness made him feel calm and somehow sad. In that moment, he felt his fear of her wane. "Please, Shota," he whispered. "I have made my wish. Grant it." "Your wish, dear Richard, is granted," she said in a sad whisper. He turned to Kaelin. The snakes were still on her. "Shota, you made a promise." "I promised I would not kill her and that she could leave. When you go, she may go with you. I will not kill her. But she is still a danger to me. If she remains, still the snakes will not harm her." "You said Kaelin would have tried to kill you. That isn't true. She guided me here seeking your help, the same as me. Even though she intended you no harm, you would have killed her. And now you do this to her." "Richard," she touched a finger to her chin, thinking, "you come here thinking me evil, didn't you? Even though you knew nothing of me, you were ready to bring harm to me based on what you invented in your head. You have committed to belief that which you have heard from others." There was no malice in her voice. "People who are jealous or afraid say these things. People also say that to use fire is wrong, and that those who use fire are evil. Does that make it true? People say the old wizard is evil, and that people die because of him. Does that make it true? Some of the mud people say you brought death to their village. Does that make it true because fools say it is so?" "What kind of person would try to make me think she was my dead mother?" he asked bitterly. Shota looked genuinely hurt. "Do you not love your mother?" "Of course." "What greater gift could anyone give than the return of a past loved one? Did it not give you joy to see your mother again? Did I ask for anything in return? Did I demand payment? For a moment I gave you something beautiful, pure, a living memory of your love for your mother and hers for you, at a cost to myself you could never fathom, and you see this too as evil? And in payment, you would think to take my head off with your sword?" Richard swallowed hard, but didn't answer. He looked away from her eyes, feeling suddenly, unexpectedly ashamed. "Is your mind that poisoned by the words of others, their fears? All I ask is to be judged by my deeds, to be seen for who I am, not what others say of me. Richard, don't be a soldier in this silent army of fools." Richard stood speechless at hearing the words of his own beliefs coming back at him. "Look around," Shota said, sweeping her hand through the air. "Is this a place of ugliness, evil?" "It's the most beautiful place I've ever seen," Richard admitted in a soft voice. "But that doesn't prove anything. And what about the place up there?" He pointed with his chin toward the dark wood above. She took a brief glance. "Think of it as my moat." Shota smiled proudly. "It keeps away fools who would harm me." Richard saved the hardest question for last. "And what of him?" He glanced toward the shadows where Samuel sat, watching with glowing yellow eyes. She held Richard's gaze as she spoke, her voice heavy with regret. "Samuel, come here." The disgusting creature skittered across the grass to his mistress's side, pushing against her, making an odd, throaty gurgle. Samuel's eyes locked on the sword and stayed there. Her hand reached down, stroking his gray head affectionately. Shota gave Richard a warm, brave smile. "I guess a formal introduction is in order. Richard, may I introduce Samuel, your predecessor, the former seeker?" Richard looked down, wide-eyed, speechless to the companion.
"My sword! Give me!"
Samuel started to reach out. Shota spoke his name in caution without taking her gaze from Richard, and the little creature instantly withdrew his arms, nuzzling back against her hip.
"My sword,"
he complained to himself in a low voice. "Why does he look like that?" Richard asked cautiously, afraid of the answer. "You really don't know, do you?" Shota lifted an eyebrow as she studied his face. Her sad smile returned. "The magic. Did the wizard not warn you?" Richard shook his head slowly, unable to form words. His tongue stuck to the roof of his mouth. "Well, I suggest you have a talk with him." He forced himself to speak, but barely. "You mean the magic will do this to me?"
I'm sorry, Richard, I can't answer that. She gave a heavy sigh. One of my talents is that I have vision for the flow of time, the way events flow into the future. But this is a type of magic, wizard's magic, that I cannot see. I am blind to it. I can't see how it flows forward. Samuel was the last seeker. He came here many years back, desperate for help. But I could do nothing for him, other than take pity on him. Then the old wizard came suddenly one day and took the sword. She lifted an eyebrow meaningfully. It was a very unpleasant experience for both of us. I'm afraid I must admit I do not think kindly of the old wizard. Her face softened again. To this day, Samuel thinks of the Sword of Truth as his, but I know better. The wizards for all ages are the caretakers of the sword, and therein its magic, and only assign it to mere seekers for a time.
Richard remembered Zed telling him that while the last pretend seeker was distracted by a witch woman, he had gone and taken the sword back. This was the seeker. This was the witch woman. Kalin was wrong. There was at least one wizard who would dare to go into Agadan Reach. Maybe it's because he wasn't a real seeker, Richard managed, trying to reassure himself. His tongue still felt thick. Her face was set in a frown of true concern. Maybe. I just don't know. That must be it, he whispered. It has to be. Zed would have warned me otherwise. He's my friend. She gave him a grave expression. Richard, there are more important things at stake than friendship. Zed knows this, and so do you. After all, you chose these things over his life when you had to. Richard looked up at Zed. How he wanted to talk to him. He needed him so badly right now. Could that be true? Could he have chosen finding the box over Zed's life that easily without a second thought? Shota, you promised to let him go. Shota's eyes studied his face a moment. I'm sorry, Richard. She waved her hand through the air in the direction of Zed. Zed wavered and then disappeared. That was only a little deception, a demonstration. It wasn't really the old wizard. Richard thought he should feel angry, but he didn't. He felt just a little hurt at the deception, yet sad that Zed wasn't here with him. Then a wave of icy dread washed through him, raised bumps on his arms again. Is that really Kalin? Or have you already killed her and presented me with her image? Another trick? Another demonstration? Shota's breast rose and fell as she took a deep breath. I'm afraid, she sighed, that she is real enough. And therein lies the problem. Shota put her arm through his, taking him to stand in front of Kalin. Samuel followed and stood by them. His arms were so long that as he stood erect, his yellow eyes moving warily back and forth between them, he casually drew lines and circles in the dirt of the road with his fingers. Shota regarded Kalin for a moment, seemingly lost in thought, as if pondering a dilemma. Richard just wanted the snakes off her. Despite the witch woman's words of help and friendship, Kalin was still terrified, and it wasn't the snakes. It was Shota that her eyes followed, the way the eyes of an animal in a trap follow the trapper, not the trap. Richard, Shota asked, while she held Kalin's stare, would you be able to kill her if you had to? If she was a threat to your success, would you have the courage to kill her? If it meant the lives of everyone else? The truth now. Despite the disarming tone of Shota's voice, her words went through him like an ice dagger. Richard met Kalin's widening eyes, then looked to the woman beside him. She is my guide. I need her, he said simply, offhandedly. Big almond eyes stared back at him. That, seeker, is not the question I asked. Richard didn't say anything. He tried to betray nothing with his face. Shota gave a smile of regret. As I thought. And that is why you made a mistake with your wish. I made no mistake, Richard protested. If I hadn't used it as I did, you would have killed her. Yes, Shota nodded grimly. I would have. The image of Zed was a test. You passed the test, and as a reward I gave you a wish. Not that you might have something you want, but that I might do an onerous deed for you because you lack the required courage. That was your second test.
That test, dear boy, you failed. I must honor your wish. That is your mistake. You should have let me kill her for you. You're mad. First you try to tell me how you're not evil, how I should judge you by your actions, and now you prove your true self by telling me how I made a mistake by not allowing you to kill Kaylin. And for what? Some perceived threat? She has done nothing to threaten you, nor would she. She wishes only to stop Dark and Rahl, same as me, same as you. Shota listened patiently until he finished. The timeless look passed across her eyes again. Were you not listening when I said not all acts are as they seem, that some are meant to save you? Once again, you judge too quickly without knowing all the facts. Kaylin is my friend. That is the only fact that matters. Shota took a breath, as if she were trying to remain patient, as if she were trying to teach something to a child. Her expression made him feel somehow stupid. Richard, listen to me. Dark and Rahl has put the boxes of Orden in play. If he succeeds, there will be no one with the power to restrain him, ever. A great many people will die. You, me. It's in my own interest to help you because you are the only one who has a chance to stop him. How or why, I don't know, but I can see the flow of power. You are the only one with a chance. That does not mean you will succeed, only that you have the chance, no matter how small it is within you. Know also that there are forces to defeat you before you could bring your chance to bear. The old wizard does not have the power to stop Rahl. That's why he gave you the sword. I do not have the power to stop Rahl, but I do have the power to be of aid to you. That's all I wish to do. In so doing, I help myself. I do not want to die. If Rahl wins, I will. I know all this. That's why I said you would answer my question without my having to use the wish. But there are other things I know, Richard, that you do not. Her beautiful face studied him with a sadness that hurt. Her eyes had the same fire in them that Kaylin's had, the fire of intelligence. Richard felt the need in her, the need to help him. He feared suddenly what it was she knew, because he realized that it wasn't meant to hurt him, it was simply truth. Richard saw Samuel watching the sword and became aware of his own left hand resting around the hilt, aware of how tightly he was gripping it, and how the raised letters of the word truth were pressing painfully into his palm. Shota, what are these things you know? The easiest first, she sighed. You know the way you stopped the wizard's fire with the sword. Practice the move. I gave you that test for a reason. Zed will use the wizard's fire against you. Only the next time, it will be for real. The flow of time does not say who will prevail, only that you have a chance to beat him. Richard's eyes widened. That can't be true. True, she said, clipping off his words, as a tooth given by a father to show the keeper of the book, to show the truth of how it was taken. That rattled him to his bones. And no, I don't know who the keeper is. Her eyes burned into him. You will have to find him yourself. Richard could hardly draw a breath, could hardly make himself ask the next question. If that was the easy part, then what is the hard? Auburn hair tumbled off her shoulder as Shota looked away from his eyes to Kaylin, who stood stone still while the snakes writhed on her. I know what she is, and how it is she is a threat to me. Her voice trailed off. She turned back to him. It is obvious you do not know what she is, or perhaps you would not be with her. Kaylin has a power. Magic power. That much I know, Richard offered cautiously. Richard, Shota said, trying to find the words for something she found difficult. I am a witch woman. As I said, one of my powers is that I can see things as they will come to pass. It is one reason fools fear me. Her face drew closer to his, uncomfortably close. Her breath smelled of roses. Please, Richard, don't be one of these fools. Don't fear me because of things I have no control over. I'm able to see the truth of events that will come to be. I do not dictate or control them, and just because I see them, that does not mean I'm at all happy about them. It is only by action in the present that we can change what otherwise will come to pass. Have the wisdom to use the truth to your advantage. Don't simply rail against it. And what truth do you see, Shota? He whispered. Her eyes had an intensity that halted his breath, her voice the sharp edge of a blade. Kaelin has a power. And if she isn't killed, she will use that power against you. She watched his eyes carefully as she spoke. There can be no doubt of the truth of this. Your sword can protect you from the wizard's fire, but it will not protect you from her touch. Richard felt the stab of her words as if they cut through his heart. No, Kaelin whispered. They both looked at her, her face wrinkled with pain at Shota's words. I wouldn't. Shota, I swear I couldn't do that to him. Tears ran down her cheeks. Shota stepped close to her and reached through the snakes, touching her face tenderly to comfort her. If you are not killed, child, I am afraid you will. As a tear rolled down, her thumb brushed it back. You have already come close once, Shota said with surprising compassion. Within a breath. She nodded slightly to herself. This is true, is it not? Tell him. Tell him if I am speaking the truth. Kaelin's eyes snapped to Richard. He looked into the depths of her green eyes and remembered the 3 times she had touched him when he had been holding the sword, and how that touch made the magic jump in warning. The last time, with the mud people, when the shadow things had come, the magic's reaction had been so strong that he almost put the sword through her before he realized who it was. Kaelin's eyebrows wrinkled together, her eyes shrinking from his gaze. She bit her bottom lip as a little moan escaped her throat. Is this true? Richard asked in a whisper, his heart in his throat. Have you come within a breath of using your power against me, as Shota says? Kaelin's face drained of color. She let out a loud, painful moan. She closed her eyes and cried in a long, agonizing wail. Please, Shota, kill me. You must. I am sworn to protect Richard, to stop Rahl. Please, she cried in choking sobs. It's the only way. You must kill me. I cannot, Shota whispered. I have granted a wish, a very foolish one. Richard could hardly stand the pain of seeing Kaelin like this, asking to die. The lump in his throat threatened to choke him. Kaelin suddenly cried out and threw up her arms to make the snakes bite her. Richard lunged for them, but they were gone. Kaelin held out her arms, looking for snakes that were no longer there. I'm sorry, Kaelin. If I were to let them bite you, it would break the wish I granted. Kaelin collapsed to her knees, crying with her face against the ground, her fingers digging into the earth. I'm so sorry, Richard, she wept. Her fists grabbed at the grass, then his pants legs. Please, Richard, she sobbed. Please, I'm sworn to protect you. So many have already died. Take the sword and kill me. Do it. Please, Richard, kill me. Kaelin, I could never... He couldn't make any more words come. Richard, Shota said, nearly in tears herself, if she isn't killed, then before Rahl opens the boxes, she will use her power against you. There is no doubt of this. None. It cannot be changed if she lives. I granted your wish. I cannot kill her, so you must. No, he shrieked. Kaelin wailed in anguish and pulled her knife. As she brought it up to plunge it into herself, Richard grabbed her wrist. Please, Richard, she cried, falling against him. You don't understand. I have to. If I live, I will be responsible for what Rahl will do, for everything that will happen. Richard pulled her up by her wrist, held her to him with one arm as she cried, held her arm twisted behind her back so she couldn't use the knife on herself. He glared angrily at Shota, who stood with her hands loose at her sides, watching. Was any of this possible? Could it be true? He wished he had listened to Kaelin and never come here. He relaxed his pressure on Kaelin's arm when he realized by the way she cried that it was hurting her. He wondered numbly if he should let her kill herself. His hand shook. Please, Richard, Shota said, tears in her own eyes. Hate me for who I am if you will, but do not hate me for telling you the truth. The truth as you see it, Shota, but maybe not the truth as it will be. I will not kill Kaelin on your word. Shota nodded sadly. looking at him through wet eyes. Queen Milena has the last box of Orden. She spoke in a voice barely more than a whisper. But heed this warning. She will not have it for long, if that is you choose to believe the truth as I see it. She turned to her companion. Samuel, she said gently, guide them out of the reach. Do not take anything that belongs to them. I would be very displeased if you did. That includes the sword of truth. Richard saw a tear run down her cheek as she turned without looking at him and began walking up the road. She stopped in mid-stride and stood a moment. Her beautiful auburn hair lay upon her shoulders and partway down the back of the wispy dress. Her head came up, but didn't turn back to him. When this is over, she said, in a voice that broke with emotion, and if you should happen to win, don't ever come here again. If you do, I will kill you. She walked on toward her palace. Shota, he whispered hoarsely, I'm sorry. She did not stop or turn, but continued on. Chapter 32. When she came around the corner, she almost bumped into his legs. He was walking so quietly. She looked up the long silver robes to his face, far up in the air. Giller, you scared me. His hands were each stuck in the other sleeve. Sorry, Rachel. I didn't mean to frighten you. He looked both ways down the hall, and then lowered himself to the floor. What are you about? Errands, she told him, letting out a deep breath. Princess Violet says I'm to go yell at the cooks for her, and then I'm to go to the washwomen and tell them that she found a gravy stain on one of her dresses, and that she would never get gravy on one of her dresses, and that they must have done it, and if she ever finds they do that again, she'll have their heads chopped off. I don't want to say that to them. They're nice. She touched the pretty silver braiding on the sleeve of Giller's robes. But she said that if I don't say it, I'll be in a lot of trouble. Giller nodded. Well, just do as she says. I'm sure the washwomen will know they aren't really your words. Rachel looked in his big dark eyes. Everyone knows she gets her own gravy on her own dresses. Giller laughed a quiet laugh. You're right. I've seen her do it myself. But it brings no fortune to pull the tail of a sleeping badger. She didn't understand and made a face. That means you will get in trouble if you point it out to her, so it's best to keep still. Rachel nodded. She knew that that was true. Giller looked up and down the hall again, but there was no one else there. He leaned closer and whispered, I'm sorry I haven't been able to talk to you, to check. Did you find your trouble doll? She nodded with a smile. Thank you so much, Giller. She's wonderful. I've been put out twice more since you gave her to me. She told me how I mustn't talk to you unless you say it's safe, so I just waited, like she said. We talked, and she made me feel so much better. I'm glad, child, he smiled. I named her Sarah. A doll's got to have a name, you know. Is that so? He lifted an eyebrow. I never knew that. Well, Sarah is a fine name for her, then. Rachel grinned. She was happy that Giller liked her doll's name. She put one arm around his neck and her face by his ear. Sarah's been telling me her troubles, too, she whispered. I promised her I would help you. I never knew you wanted to run away, too. When can we leave, Giller? I'm getting so afraid of Princess Violet. His big hand patted her back while she hugged him. Soon, child. But there are things we must prepare first, so we aren't found out. We wouldn't want anyone to follow us, to find us and bring us back, now would we? Rachel shook her head against his shoulder. Then she heard footsteps. Giller stood up, looking down the hall. Rachel, it would be very bad if we were seen talking. Someone might find out about the doll, about Sarah. I'd better go, she said in a hurry. No time. Stand against the wall. Show me how brave and quiet you can be. She did what he told her, and he stood in front of her, hiding her behind his robes. Rachel heard the clinking of armor. Just some guards, she thought. Then she heard the little barks. The Queen's dog. It must be the Queen and her guards. They would be in a fine mess if the Queen found her hiding behind the wizard's robes. She might find out about the doll. She scrunched up tighter in the dark folds. The robes moved a little when Giller bowed. "Your Majesty," Giller said, as he stood back up. "Giller," she said in her mean voice, "what are you doing lurking about up here?" "Lurking, Your Majesty? It was my understanding I was in your employ to see to it there was no lurking going on. I was merely checking the magic seal on the jewel room to make sure it hadn't been tampered with." Rachel heard the little dog sniffing around the bottom of Giller's robes. "If it is your wish, Your Majesty, I will leave matters to the fates and not investigate where I feel a worry." The little dog came around the side of the robes, close to her. She could hear the sniff, sniff, sniff. Rachel wished he would leave before she got found out. "We will all just go to bed at night with a simple prayer to the good spirits that when Father Rahl arrives all will be well. And if anything is amiss, well, we can simply tell him we didn't want to have any lurking about, so we didn't check. Perhaps he will be understanding." The little dog started to growl. Rachel was getting tears in her eyes. "Don't get your feathers ruffled, Giller. I was simply asking." Rachel could see the little black nose sticking under the robes. "Precious, what have you found there? What is it, my little Precious?" The dog growled and gave out a little bark. Giller backed up a little, pushing her tighter to the wall. Rachel tried to think about Sarah, wishing she were with her right now. "What is it, Precious? What do you smell?" "I'm afraid, Your Majesty, I have also been lurking about in the stables. I'm quite sure that is what your dog smells." Giller's hand went into his robes right by her head. "The stables?" Her mean voice wasn't quite gone. "What could there possibly be for you to investigate in the stables?" Rachel could hear her voice getting louder. The Queen was bending over to get her dog. "What are you doing there, Precious?" Rachel sucked the hem of her dress to keep from making a noise as she shook. Giller's hand came out of his robe. She saw a pinch of something between his thumb and finger. The dog pushed his head under the robe and started barking. Giller opened his fingers, and sparkling dust dropped down on the dog's head. The dog started sneezing. Then Rachel saw the Queen's hand come and pull him away. There, my little Precious, it's all right now. Poor little thing." Rachel could hear her kissing the dog's nose the way she liked to do all the time. Then she sneezed, too. "As you were saying, Giller, what business does a wizard have in the stables?" "As I was saying, Your Majesty..." Giller's voice could get kind of mean, too, but Rachel thought it was funny when it was the Queen he was sounding mean to. "If you were an assassin and you wanted to come into a queen's castle and put a big fat arrow through her, do you think you would rather walk right in the main gate, bold as day? Or would you rather ride with your longbow in a wagon hiding maybe under some hay or behind some sacks, then come out in the dark of the stables?" "Well, But are there... do you think... have you found something?" "But since you don't want me lurking about in the stables either, well, I'll just scratch that off my list, too. But if you don't mind, from now on, when we are in public view, I will be standing well clear of you. I don't want to be in the way if some of your subjects choose to show their love for their queen from afar." "Wizard Giller," her voice got real nice, like when she talked to the dog. "Please forgive me. I have been on edge lately, what with Father Rahl coming soon. I just want everything to go well. Then we will all have what we want." "I know you only have my best interest at heart. Please do carry on and forget the momentary foolishness of a lady." "As you wish, Your Majesty." He bowed again. The Queen started hurrying away down the hall, sneezing. Then Rachel heard her thumping footsteps and the clinking armor stop. "By the way, Wizard Giller," she called back, "did I tell you? A messenger came. He said Father Rahl will be here sooner than expected. Much sooner. Tomorrow, in fact. He will be expecting the box, of course, to seal the alliance. Please see to it." Giller's leg jerked so hard it almost knocked Rachel over. "Of course, Your Majesty." He bowed again. Giller waited until the Queen was gone, and then pulled Rachel up with big hands around her waist and held her against his hip with an arm. His cheeks weren't red as they usually were. They were more white. He put his finger against her lips, and she knew he wanted her to keep quiet. He stretched his neck, looking up and down the hall again. "Tomorrow," he muttered to himself. "Curse the spirits, I'm not ready." "What's wrong, Giller?" "Rachel," he whispered, his big hooked nose close to hers. "Is the princess in her room right now?" "No," Rachel whispered back. "She went to pick out fabric for a new dress for when Father Rao comes to visit." "Do you know where the princess keeps her key to the jewel room?" "Yes. If she doesn't have it with her, she keeps it in the desk, in the drawer on the side by the window." He started off down the hall, toward Princess Violet's room. His feet were so quiet on the carpets that she couldn't even hear his footsteps as he carried her. "Change of plans, child. Can you be brave for me? And Sarah?" She nodded that she could and put her arms around his neck to hold on as he walked fast. He went past all the dark wooden doors that were pointed at the tops until he got to the biggest one, a double door set back in a little hall with stone carving all around. That was the princess's room. He squeezed her tight. "All right," he whispered. "You go in and get the key. I'll stay out here and stand guard." He set her down on the floor. "Hurry now." He closed the door behind her. The curtains were pulled back, letting in the sunlight, so she could see right away that the room was empty. None of the servants were cleaning or anything. The fire was burned out, and the servants hadn't yet come and made another for tonight. The princess's big canopy bed was already made up. Rachel liked the bed cover with all the pretty flowers. It matched the gathered canopy and curtains.